Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you are in the world. How is everyone? Oh, chat's a bit harder to read on this screen now. But yeah, we're a little spoopier now. I admit it maybe was a little bit more of a rush job than I was hoping for it to be, but it is what it is, and we are going to expand upon this even more today with our stream. I love the drip. Love your Halloween costume. It's Fraggy Fazbear, yes. This was actually last year's Halloween costume, but many of you were not here for that because this was around the time when I had just started kind of getting my footing with streaming, so we're going to be trying to do something a little bit new this year. Also, we've got some new music playing. It is kind of experimental for the time being. Wait! Hi, Frosty! But yeah, we're going to try and do some spoopy synthwave. I don't know how well it's going to work out. It's pretty heavy compared to the usual synthwave that we've got. But we'll see how it goes. Been playing a lot of Fortnite recently. I love the K-pop Demon Hunters collab, and my friend gifted me the Rumi skin. That's really cool. I don't know how the Fortnite devs are able to keep up with the pop culture of things. Ear boppers. Currently waiting to see if they add any more emotes for the songs. Actually, we were just talking the other day, about how I'm convinced anyway that they're definitely going to end up adding Has-Been Hotel characters to Fortnite after Season 2. Maybe not immediately, but it's gonna happen. They've already got that one Living Tombstone Alistair song in there. Got that song in my spooky playlist right now too. I thought my Spotify turned itself on. Yeah, no, I'm using a pre-made playlist that somebody else has created. It is a public playlist called Halloween Synthwave by Joshua Austin Case. If anyone would like a link to that, I'm more than happy to share because it's honestly just something I searched up. Ironically, this song is actually by John Carpenter. We are definitely going to have to watch at least one John Carpenter movie at some point during our movie marathons. Which, if no one remembers, we are doing every Friday. Playing a game that took 2 days to download, being high on life? Why did it take 2 days to download it? Looking forward to cranking 90s as the radio demon. I'm looking forward to Has-Been characters just getting to have guns. They're definitely going to have some unhinged lines recorded for them, that's for sure. I guess the big question is going to be what characters are we going to end up getting? Like, we know Alistair's going to be one. But the next season's supposed to focus a lot more on the Vs, specifically Vox. So I wonder if we're just going to get Alistair and Vox, and if it's literally just going to be Alistair but blue with a TV head. That would definitely be the smart move on the devs' behalves. But I hope we get more than that. Game is 60 gigabytes big and my download speed averages around 5 to 6 megabytes a second. That is a huge game. 60 gigs for a game? Good God. What did you say it was called? Being High on Life? I gotta look that up. Oh! I have heard of this one. It looked very funny. The one thing I saw people complain about with it was that there's a lot of yapping, specifically from things like the guns, which I can understand would get overstimulating and old very fast. But it looks really good. Let me know how it goes. Weh. Hello, foe. I honestly forgot about the autumn sale. There's so much that I have to get through on other games at this point. Hello, struggling to think of Halloween ideas for the Murder Drones duo. What about, the guy's Owen, is that his name from Jurassic World? Chris Pratt's character? You do him in blue. Can confirm Kenny, the first gun, does not shut up about using his glob shot. Awesome. Hey, what's up? Hi, Ink Bleeder. How's it going? Dang, we got a big crowd today. And a Spook. Hello, Spook. Struggling to stay awake at work. Yeah, the seasonal shift has definitely been catching up with all of us, I've noticed. I wanted to just blame it on being an endo flare because I am currently dealing with one of those, although I will say it's panned off a lot. It's been one of the more mild ones I've had all year, so that's good. But it did leave me with a case of some pretty overwhelming fatigue over the weekend. Hopefully, the brain fog won't get in the way too much of today's art, and if it does, I've got a backup plan. We'll do some games instead. But I'm really hoping that we can get some art done today. We'll just see how it goes. Guess what I did today? Knowing you... You know what? No, I can't be dependent on knowing you, because if you're telling me about it, it's probably something spontaneous. Submitted a few of my public avies to be added to Prismatics. Shit, that's awesome. I didn't even know you had to do that. That's really cool. I hope they get in. Is it Prismic or Prismatic? I'm sorry, I think I read that wrong. Let me double check. To those who don't know, this is a world for avatar searching on VR chat. So, like, you guys know how I make the Dog Day and the Doey avatars recently. The public versions of those would be available for public search if I had them available for it. Sometimes they just sort of show up in Prismics on their own. I don't really know how that works, because I do have 2 that show up in there, and I've never submitted anything for it, but... Yeah, let me just double check on making sure I'm getting their name right. It is Prismic. Blob shot is basically a blob that ricochets and explodes. So far, my meat jackal has shown up. Hell yeah! Checking that world almost every day for any Knights of Guinevere avatars. Oh man, that's going to be really exciting when someone ends up making one of those. I'm not sure if I'd be willing to give it a try, though, myself. That would definitely be a big challenge if I did. The absolute worst avatar preview for Catnap. That was entirely my fault. I just forgot to turn off one of them when I uploaded it. I already want the next episode. God, yeah. There aren't any paprika avies. Aw, that sucks. Although I can understand why. Actually, that's a fun thing to talk about here. Last night, spontaneously, my friend group and I, like my just average, closer, y'all know my devs and everything. Not devs, mods. But we were just hanging out and we decided spontaneously to watch an older movie. It was, I believe 2006 is when it came out. But it was called Paprika, and it was an anime movie that was very, very high budget, I want to say. And very mindfucky. But it was very good. Seen whips of one really cool avatar that I want to use, but it's going to be pay to use. And on one hand, understandable. I can't imagine that shit's easy to make. But on the other hand, I won't be able to use them because I'm broke. Wishing them the best of luck making the avatar, though. It looks so good so far. That's really awesome. I hope that they decide to make just like a bare bones free public version. Just because I feel like that's something all of us should strive to do as avatar creators. Just so that people can see them. Did you ever watch The Owl House? I did, and I loved it. And I've actually been meaning to rewatch it. Rosie's never seen it, so I might watch it with her. If she's around for it. It's kind of hard to wrangle her. Paprika's boss, love it. Isn't that what the One Dream movie is based on? Inception. Is it? I had made the joke when we started watching it that this movie was like Inception meets Interstellar meets anime. Sad as I am that I won't be able to use it, they definitely deserve to earn bank off these avatars. I've seen some really cool ones. Friendly, do you know who it is that's working on it? Because I would love to check out their work and see how the progress on it goes. It's definitely becoming a small hyperfixation because I ended up listening to the whole original soundtrack almost as soon as I woke up. Wouldn't be surprised if it inspired Inception. That would be really cool to find out if that's the case, because it's not often, I feel, that we get to hear about things like an anime inspiring a Western thing like a live-action movie. If you liked Paprika, I think you would love Paranoia Agent. It was done by the same team. What's the other one that Donnie was telling us about last night? Something blue. Perfect Blue. That's another one that I haven't seen that I feel like I need to watch. Satoshi Kon does a lot of psychological thriller stuff. Yeah, I definitely would like to look into more of that because that was some cool stuff. That and there were a lot of scenes throughout Paprika that were very obviously rotoscoped, but done so in a way that I've never seen. Like there's one part where she kind of turns into like a Tinkerbell-esque character, and there's a lot of unfortunate panty shots, but they're not really done in a way that's meant to be sexual. They're done in a way that just like that was unavoidable for the angles that we chose. And it's all like from a tiny POV of like following a fly flying around. So obviously we're seeing it from like her feet to her head. But a lot of those scenes were rotoscoped, which was really cool. There's also Tokyo Godfathers, which is a Christmas story. That one I have heard of and I've been meaning to watch for a while and I just keep forgetting. heard of Paprika, but I've never seen it yet. The only scene I could find is a still image of surreal anthropomorphic monsters entering a cinema. Yes. So the idea behind Paprika is that it takes place in the subconscious mind of the dream world of humans. Kind of. It like jumps in and out of your reality versus your dreams or some shit. So the dream element or the psychosis internal brain element is very, very chaotic, very literal definition of metaphorical, but beautifully interpreted. Also, Susumu Harisawa does a lot of the music for Satoshi Kon's stuff. He does a great fusion music of techno and traditional Japanese elements. Yeah. Okay, actually, hold on. Let me pause our playlist here and put on one of the songs from Paprika. No, that's a piano version. Hold on. Might not be on Spotify, actually. Ah, there we go. Aside from the bizarre animation and whatnot, the music really did stand out as something of like a full-on standalone element of Paprika. Fun fact, paprika is actually made from dried and crushed up red peppers. Yay, parade! A lot of his music is inspired by story and its settings. I'm amazed by people who can orchestrate music. To be able to translate things that are happening in a scene in a format that is technically unseeable. Dyslexia coming in clutch. Share them in show and tell. Thank you so much, friendly. Let me go take a look at them. I don't think I've ever seen this person's work before. Unless they've changed their name and used to be going by something else, I probably haven't. Oh, this is looking amazing. Oh, it looks like they're actually working on the humans too. Frankie and Andy. That's cool. Whoa. This is not how the song usually goes. What is happening? Okay. Well, this is not from the original movie. I'm going to go ahead and end that song there just because that's definitely not how it usually goes. But you guys get the idea. Where were we on our Halloween playlist? Look up P Model Colors. P Model was the band that he was/is in. Awesome. Thank you, Ink Bleeder. I'll definitely be checking that out. Weh!
Katsu Drawn has raided the channel with 2 eggs.
Katsu! How is it going? Thank you for the raid. What were you doing? And welcome to those who came with Katsu. It is very good to see you. We're just kind of having a relaxing opening up here to the week. Give or take with the music of choice. It is a new playlist. Forgive me, I have no idea what's on it. It's gonna be a Halloween synthwave playlist, but a little more suspense heavy, probably. I did stream a hell of a lot earlier than I wanted, but was getting bored not having anyone around and hearing nothing from my friends. Or joining up for games. Oh, I'm sorry the stream didn't go well, Katsu. It still matters that you gave it a shot and that you were trying your best. And regardless, you are more than welcome to just vibe out with us today. I try to see streaming as kind of like this, where I'm going to be at my computer doing whatever I'm going to be doing for the day, regardless of whether or not I'm with others, regardless of whether or not I'm streaming, so I might as well go live. If people show up and we yap, that's great. If they don't, that's fine. I'm still working. If you're looking for synthwave horror sounding stuff, I can recommend the Midnight Horror Show. I believe that might actually be in this playlist already. It's quite a big playlist, actually. But speaking of horror, I want to hear what you guys have got going on this month. Who's got spooky stuff planned? Anyone going to do any kind of haunted houses? Going to any sort of events? Hay rides? Cornstalk mazes? Anyone making their own costume? Let's talk spooky. Started playing Baldur's Gate 3 to kill time waiting for them several hours later and barely heard anything, so I decided to not get my hopes up since I really need to stay up all day after a long-ass shift for tomorrow. Oh, Katsu. It is very important to recognize when there's something that you can't control, and to take control by controlling yourself. If the plans fell through, then it's time to make new ones that prioritize you and what you want. Costume-wise, I'm hopefully getting the tail for my fursona this month. Fuck yeah! That's awesome, Inkbleeder! I hope you show pictures once it shows up. Might plan on doing an October cover with my mascot dressed up like Spider-Man while his guardian dresses up as a kung fu warrior. Oh, that'll be so cool, Lewis. I've been wanting to do some Halloween art myself, but we need to get through making a Halloween costume first. All depends on if I get Halloween off, and what I want to do is hang and play games with friends so I can stay awake. We actually just started to do a little bit of Halloween stuff ourselves, me and some friends, over the weekend. Spookality is getting started. Again, those of you who are not as familiar with VR chat, Spookality is the Halloween event that goes on every year. And what they do is they host kind of like I don't know if it's an actual contest, or if it's just a fun community event, like a game jam type deal. But they encourage people to make spooky experiences. So we started going through some of the ones I had backlogged from last year that we didn't actually get to do. There's one in particular that I would like to do on stream, but when we went to check it out, it's a bit heavy, so I'm not really sure if we'll be able to. It looked like some kind of amusement park, though, and those are always my favorite. Speaking of amusement parks, though, one thing that we did try is someone has recreated the Disney Tower of Terror ride in VR. And I've never been on that. I've never really been to Disney. I went once as a child when I was too young to remember. But I obviously don't have any memories of being there or what we did. And I definitely did not ride the Tower of Terror as probably 5 years old, if not younger. But it was really cool to see. I'm really hoping more people will create things like that. There was also a FNAF horror experience where you get to walk through a pizzeria and have different FNAF themed jump scares coming out. I'll have to compile a list of all of the experiences that we go through that we end up having a good time. Some of them are a little broken. Some of them are not finished. It's not that I don't want to include those experiences, but I will be honest, I've been through some where they just definitely were not finished at all and were practically unusable, if not for my enthusiasm for going through broken scenery. Hello, Sleepy Blue. Good to see you. But yeah, if you guys have any recommendations for spooky experiences on VR chat, please share them in show and tell or something. Maybe I'll make a new channel just for VR stuff. I'm honestly surprised that I haven't seen more involving Dead by Daylight so far. We got that big announcement a while back about them adding FNAF, and now that Halloween has rolled around, I'm shocked that there hasn't really been anything else. Not that I feel like they're not working hard enough or anything. I just know that that's like a big streamer game. So I'm surprised not to be hearing more about it right now. In fact, checking my people that I follow, only one person's playing it at the moment. And hello, D. Cruz. Good to see you. Dead by Daylight is awful now, apparently? Uh-oh, what happened? They released the trailer Rift a couple hours ago. See, the only thing I've seen anybody announce so far, and this is probably just because of the circles that I hang out in, but I know Huggy Wuggy is being added to Fortnite, which was announced in probably the funniest fucking way possible. Lots of stuff and balancing issues that the team won't bother to fix. Well, that's old news. Has something recently changed to make it worse, though? Long story short, they've recently added more palettes to a few maps, and the Krasu, is that pronouncing that right? Is crazy OP, along with the player base still having issues with the other side trying to win for some reason. Krasu? What am, uh-oh. What is Krasu? Oh, it's that new, okay. The evil floating head and organs. From what I understand, they had a big, like, esports event that made a lot of the issues very public. Oh no. Still relatively enjoy it, but I do agree that there are some things that they could have done better. Also, didn't they cut off a streamer who was trying to promote them midstream by suggesting ways they could fix the game? No. That's like the one bad thing you don't want to do, man. Head with dangling organs flying at you. Dude, that sucks. I feel really bad for the Dead by Daylight team. Because from what I've heard, building an ASIM game is incredibly difficult. Because not only are you trying to build something that is by nature going to be extremely difficult to balance in the first place, but you're also completely dependent on two different types of human being. Because one human being is going to just be like, I like this game, and I want to play it, and I want to have fun. So they're going to go in it, they're going to play it, they're going to have fun. Then you're going to get the second type of human, which is, I want to play this game, and I want to win. And I don't care how I do that, I just want to win. And those are the ones who go out of their way seeking exploits, min-maxing, ridiculously taking advantage of stat buffs and things, like, as much as they can, deliberately to break it. Which is both a good and bad thing. It's good to, like, find those exploits so that they can be figured out. But it's not good when you get just an entire, like, player base of that. Making valid suggestions. How dare the streamer? Sounds like Borderlands 4. I mean, that one stream that they had one of the Walking Dead actors in? That was a dumpster fire? Oh, God. Posted new art and show and tell. I will take a look at that as soon as I'm able to, decruise. Hi, Frag. I'm working on lurking right now. Oh, I'm lurking right now, but I hope that you have a great day and stream. PS, love your Freddy costume. Thank you, Kirk. Did you see KDH are in Fortnite? Oh, K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah! Friendly was just talking about that. Oh, that's lovely art, decruise. Wearing her new Halloween costume. Kind of looks like she's cosplaying Raven from Teen Titans. She is? You did a great job on that. One thing I really don't like about Fortnite is FOMO. Yeah. I honestly am so anti-FOMO at this point that it will prevent me from playing a game entirely. Like, that's kind of the reason why I haven't bothered with things like Dead by Daylight and Fortnite, because I really don't like the idea of, like, oh man, I'd really like to have a cool skin, like a cool aesthetic that does not impact gameplay whatsoever, merely makes it more enjoyable for me to view the thing that I'm looking at, that I would like to pay extra money for, that I can't. Purely because they just decided, nah. Maybe that's why it's a little easier for me to link Project Playtime right now, too, because their store has been broken for like 2 years now. Literally has not been capable of cycling things out. They tried to have a stream where the actor got to play the game and answer chat's question, but some hackers barged into the lobby and kept crashing the game. The streamer, Darva, tried to suggest having his mods join the lobby so the hackers couldn't, but the devs weren't listening and kept removing the mods when they tried to join. Wow. So many cool skins and designs, but you can never obtain them. You could get it through a shifty website for $2,500. See, I just have to stop and look at that and be like, you know, you're not buying anything. You know it's a video game, right? It's not real. It's not a real thing. And even if it were, this is consumerism. Because, I don't know, maybe this is just the mind of being poor my whole life, but $2,500 could buy you a lot of necessities. Like, I could live off of that for a while. I do enjoy Fortnite a lot. It's a fun game for someone who wants a relatively casual PvP shooter. But if there's one thing I have beef with, it's what it did to the greater game industry. If Fortnite was one of the only games doing a Battle Pass system, it wouldn't be too bad. But every other game copying the Battle Pass system sucks. That would be our late-stage capitalism, unfortunately. I'll never like FOMO setups in games. The only FOMO I'm willing to tolerate are holiday-themed cosmetics and items, but that's it. Anything else, and you should be able to buy it whenever you like. 100%. And I guess I just don't understand the idea of limiting your digital goods because A, they're digital. They don't expire. That is literally making up an economy based off of fake scarcities that you have manufactured. And two, like, if it's available all the time, that just means more people are going to buy it. Because if, and this is the part that always throws me off, like, so what Ink was saying a minute ago about how you can get it through a shifty website for $2,500. I'm assuming that's somebody selling their account that has a legitimate copy of whatever items that were bought at one point and are no longer available. And they are just selling the whole account because items aren't tradable. Again, what you're buying isn't real. Like, it's a visual. It's not even something that helps you play the game better or makes the game easier or anything. It's a visual. If you're that desperate for it and you want it that badly, go pay someone on Fiverr to, like, make something that's going to be local for you only, that's going to just affect the visual of your game. It's so insane to me. Deep Rock has the best Battle Pass system. If you miss out on the cosmetics, they get put in a random chance crate that has a chance to spawn every mission. That's better. I guess I don't know. I feel like there's a better way around it. It's also free. Yeah? Yeah, no, see, that's the key word for me. Got my second gun. They're called Gus. Gus the gun. But no, one of the craziest things in games like that blows my mind is, like, there's a lot of things that allow you to pretty much pay to play your way through the game. And things like, okay, let's say I don't know anything about Fortnite, but say there's a gun in the game that's like a one-shot kill, guaranteed every time. It costs $100 to buy, though. Okay, no biggie. Buy the gun, and now you play the game, and you kill everybody instantly, one hit. Yippee, this is so fun. Well, now we're going to invent a new item. It's the same concept. It's just a different look. Also kills everything in one shot. Somebody else buys this gun. Oh, now you're dying left and right. Well, now they're going to make a new item. It's just a button. And you push the button and everyone around you within a certain distance just instantly dies. Cool. $200. You buy that. Now, you've reduced the game down to join the game, press the button, everyone dies. You have spent $300 on the game to do that. And you're proud of yourself and you're happy because you're the best. You're the winner. But are you having fun? Because now you've reduced the game down to $300 of sign in, push a button, game over. Like, that's the forethought that a lot of these games, I feel, don't take into consideration. And a lot of the people paying that price tag for those things don't take into consideration. And then they'll turn around and spend all this money and be like, yeah, well, I just don't like the game anymore. The game sucks. It's too easy. It's boring. Like, the fuck you mean? You did that to yourself. Maybe we need to be a little bit less concerned with immediate, instant, one-hit gratification. I know there's a selling point of the other side of FOMO where you can kind of flex, yeah, I was there and got it when this was available, but yeah. I will definitely still be sad I missed Optimus in Fortnite because I was moving across the country when that pass was around. It feels like a Roblox game, to be honest. Yeah. Roblox is the worst for it. But number go up, though. But that's what I mean, though. Like, especially when it comes to licensable characters like that with Fortnite. If your gameplay isn't appealing to me and doesn't draw me in to want to play the game in the first place, then the only thing that you have going for you is a character. Which, if the character doesn't impact the gameplay, again, it's just a visual. If I sign up just to play the character that I liked, say I don't know, say I'm interested in playing it because of Huggy Wuggy being added. Okay, well, I get Huggy Wuggy. I go play the game. The game is a shooter, though. I'm bored with it. And there's way too many overly competitive people who are cheating or just really, really good and way outside of my rank, so I can't even begin to compete with them. I'm not having fun. Your game has still failed to appeal to me. I don't know. Maybe I really just should play it and see how it goes. I can appreciate Fortnite doesn't have any pay-to-win mechanics like that. All of the stuff for sale is cosmetic. The actual gameplay is very up to chance with what weapons that you can get your hands on. That's good, at least. We should at least have an alternate version of a skin that you can get when it's released, and a version that just doesn't have that detail. I would agree with that if it weren't IP characters. I love the melee weapons in Fortnite. Like, maybe it's got glitter flowing around, but that's it. Fortnite has really cool character designs. What was that one? Wolf latex cyberpunk hacker lady? Beats me. I do agree that they should have, like, just a publicly available base of every model they've got. And then maybe if you get the paid version, you get, like, just like VR chat avatars. The paid version would have all of the fun stuff that it can do. Otherwise, it's just, here's the character. 100% I like shooters, which is why I like Fortnite, but other games TF have collabed with, like, Overwatch. I skipped because I don't like hero shooters. Fairies love her. I think that's part of the reason why I struggle with Fortnite too, is like I'm not really sure what sets it apart from other shooter games. Like Team Fortress 2 I know is still popular after all these years, but I've never gotten into it because it looks exactly the same as every other shooter game. Run around, shoot people. You're literally trapped in a box where you can't do anything other than shoot people. And you shoot people until the timer is up, and whoever shot the most people wins. And that's fun. Not necessarily my brand of fun. But a lot of them, like you say, they kind of are reliant on just their IP. My roomie recently started letting their 5-year-old play Fortnite. Sometimes I'll watch him crash vehicles wildly into anything and everything and wonder if the people he's playing with realize that they have a 5-year-old behind the wheel. Then I just end up silently apologizing for this terrible turn of events. Iggy, Human Bill, and Fish Thick are the only ones I adore a lot. TF2's timeless, though, and kept up purely through its community. TF2's class system is the most balanced you will ever see in a hero shooter. For me, I think it's because the weapon pool changes enough to keep the matches interesting, and because your loot is kind of up to chance. You kind of have to work with what you get to win. I can see that being an appealing element to it. It's also Deadlock now, which I hear is pretty good. What is Deadlock? Is it a character or a gameplay mode? When I play alone, it's fun to lock in and to try and go for rounds where you're slaughtering opponents everywhere, but the most fun is when I'm on with friends. That's when we all share a collective fraction of a brain cell and just fuck around. Frag, if you ever picked up Fortnite, I might actually return to it. I will eventually. It's a MOBA, but it takes place in supernatural 1930s New York. Deadlock is a Valve hero shooter with a great movement system and a fun roster of characters. Maybe that's my issue. See, I have that, like, charactertism. So if I don't have a character I like in the game, I'm really not going to enjoy it. That feels silly, but... Favorite boy in Fortnite is Nighthair. He even made it to my Hear Me Out cake. How do you find out, like, how do you tell who the native characters of Fortnite are? Is there a roster? Okay, I'm sorry, that was dumb of me. I googled native Fortnite characters and it's a bunch of Native American characters. That's not what I meant. How do I tell, like, who's vanilla? You'd love the doorman from Deadlock. It's a massive roster, to be honest. He's an eldritch god that takes the form of a hotel bellhop. Okay, okay. That's hooked me. I'm interested in that. In Deadlock, there is a character called Viper who's described as a lovable bisexual criminal girl failure. That's it. That's all it takes. That's enough. That's good. Trap people in an endless hotel maze dimension called the Baroness. Good God. So what defines a hero shooter then? Each character has their own set of skills. Also, there's a Latina/Spanish gargoyle who's plucky and protects Spanish Harlem. hero shooters are like 2 teams, and you have to play into your role on that team. Regular shooter is just be good at aiming and don't get shot. Okay. I guess it throws me off because it's hero shooter, because my brain is imagining just combat, like hero combat. If it's not guns. Because like Marvel, what is it, Marvel Rivals? That's a hero shooter. But not every character has guns. Newer edition is a Cajun murder hobo vampire. These are starting to sound like they just rolled some dice. Hero shooters are like you have your tank, your healer, your desire, etc. Your DPS. Ah. I want to play the desire class. I roll to seduce the dragon. Oh, that thing. I do recognize that. You had an avatar for that thing on VR chat at one point, I think. There's a lot of character interactions that give you an idea on each of their stories and characters. There's Victor, who is a Frankenstein. I think it's actually one of the things that turned me away from Marvel Rivals is all of the quote-unquote character interactions happen during the fighting. And it's just so much yapping. Because the characters already announce every fucking move that they do. So within like a minute, you'll hear the same character scream out something 4 or 5 times. And then they'll be yelling back and forth at each other, and I don't know. It's too much for me. Mostly do the interactions at the start of the game. Are you still talking about Deadlock or Marvel? Because I know with Marvel, I would listen to a friend playing it while I was working, and it was just so much. Just way too much. Wish I liked Marvel Rivals. The art style is great, but it got really over-competitive really fast, and I'm just generally meh on superhero shooters. Yeah, I definitely have heard that quite a bit, Frosty. I want to play it exclusively for the Venom emote, or Venom twerk emote. I will say I do like a lot about the art style, but boy howdy, Marvel really needs to understand. Like, I get it. I get this was always the style. Can we please, for the love of fuck, stop having it be so insanely fetishized.
Did you remember to save
Wow.
all of your files?
If you
hello,
become
Snake.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Well,
We
our
got a
ads are going
boomer!
to start up any minute now. And when they do, we're going to move over to do some art. Before the round starts, your character can talk to another random one.
This is beautiful.
Another random one on your team up. Also, there isn't classes in Deadlock. Each character has their own sets of skills that don't fit into a traditional class role. What? What the shit? The 3D modeler I told you about just followed me? Well, I hate to break this to you, friendly, but you kind of are an artist yourself. A very good one at that. Even Stan approves of spiders being beautiful. Spiders are beautiful. All right, our ads are going to start up any second here. And when they do, we will move on over. And I'll be honest, guys, I don't have any ideas of what I'm going to be doing here for this costume. Love spooters. Spiders are cool. I didn't see any spiders last night, but I did, however, make friends with a bug. I will send some pictures of it in our Discord. We'll put this in a... And we'll just put this in show and tell. Bug! But yeah, I encountered a lovely little mantis last night while I was taking Bronx out. It's a very photogenic little friend. Oops, sorry, did not mean to pin that. That's just where it was when I fucking clicked on OBS. Hold on. You want to do a warm-up doodle of Jacko Moon. I actually have not done any warm-ups today. I might take you up on that. Saw one skedaddling across the floor the other night. I didn't want to kill it, so I caught it under a cup and let it go outside. That was very nice of you, Friendly. I always try to do that when I can. Just realized what your costume's supposed to be. A very handsome boy indeed. I approve. Well, thank you. Let's go ahead and move over to Sai. Grab my tablet. Uh-oh. Friendly, you appear to be stuck. Or not friendly, Q. And we'll grab Snake too. I want to hold Mantis. They are good babies. They are very good babies. Let's make a new canvas here so I can do some warm-up sketching and whatnot. Because God knows my hands are rusty as fuck. I have not been doing much drawing this week. At all. Free from the ads! Stabilizer is awful high. I must have been doing line art. Still a bit laggy. I don't really like that. Why are we chunking? That's going to be a little bit annoying. Well, I can definitely tell right away my hands are not going to be very cooperative today. So if we do end up doing games by the end, that is perfectly fine by me. I'm just letting you guys know ahead of time that that may end up being an issue. I tried to draw over the weekend during this endo flare, and it was not happening. So. But we're just going to see how it goes. Managed to play a little bit of Sonic Lost World, and I've come to a consensus. The 3DS version of the game is better. All right. Maybe I will start off with just some Smoon. Maybe specifically Eclipse. Just because I'm familiar with him. It's not a character that I really need to look up anymore. I'm be getting some good stuff from this McDonald's Monopoly we've currently got going on over here. Yeah? I saw the ads for that. I admittedly did not do anything with it because I didn't really know what it was doing. I'm used to their usual Monopoly that they had been doing back when I was a kid. It was just the stickers on the the McDonald's foods themselves. Wait. Well, hello, Frozen Fangs. Oops. Oh, my fucking sketch is running away from me. Still like that, but you can now scan the stickers in the McDonald's app for another go at rewards. I see. Have you gotten, what kind of rewards are you getting? Like food? You know, I love my mother, but I do sometimes wish that she wouldn't be running the hot water while I'm streaming. Purely because the hot water heater is in my closet and it's very loud. I know you guys can't hear it, but I can hear it and it's very distracting. Mostly free food and drinks, but I also got a free self-care kit that's going to be my mother's birthday present. Oh, that's nice. Some other stuff I've gotten is 60% off voucher for this place called Photobox, as well as 70 pounds off of a Jet2 holiday. Don't you have problems with noise? I do, which is why it's very annoying. Particularly motor noise, of all things. Thankfully, she did appear to have just shut it off. I might change the angle of this head. I do think it needs to be a little bigger, proportionately, for what I'm trying to doodle. But I kind of have him looking downwards. I think I need to change that so he's looking more up. Recently come to realize that I can't really write with background noise, not even music, because then I end up getting distracted and imagining AMVs of my OCs and getting sidetracked completely. Oh, fucking mood friendly. That's why the only shit that I can listen to if I'm working on something like that— Wih! Hello, Void! It's very good to see you! But yeah, if I'm working on stuff like that, it has to be just like lo-fi with no lyrics, nothing. Otherwise, 100%, I will get distracted and I will make an entire music video in my head of something entirely unrelated to the thing I should be working on. Oh, also, before I forget, fun thing about Deadlock, each character has their own bio page with paragraphs of lore and backstory, except for one, Jacob Lash, whose only writing on their bio and character page is, Jacob Lash is an asshole. That's pretty great. Don't remember if it's already been said, but do you think it's possible that you might have misophonia, Frag? Yes, but it's actually something a bit different from that. So misophonia is very similar, but what I have is hyper— I always forget the name of it. Hyper—
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Wait. Thank you, Snake. Hold on, I gotta Google it again. I do this every fucking time.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Hyperacusis. That was what I was diagnosed with. Also, thank you for the hydrate cue. Did I show off the new stream assets? I don't remember. You showed us some. You showed us your layouts, but I don't know if you've made more since then. Jacob Lash is just Johnny Cage from Mortal Kombat. Everyone is nice to Ivy the gargoyle, even Lash the asshole is nice to her. Aw, that's nice. Did you see the baby popples that I saw yesterday? Oh, I did see something about that. Hold on. That was in Show and Tell, wasn't it? You guys were talking about Pearl earlier today when I started up and I just didn't have time to read through it. Baby polyps? Poplets. Oh, those are cute. Fucking poplets. I made a new BRB screen, also working on emotes. Fuck yeah. One sec, I have eyes I can go look. Oh. Anyway, I'll be lurking and writing. Good luck with the art, Frag. Good luck with the writing, Friendly! Not to be confused with poplars from Futurama. I always hated watching that episode of Futurama because it sincerely made me hungry. Which is probably not the right reaction to have to that episode. Now y'all got me thinking about, like, Popple as a father. But if that were his babies, like, just mini Popple machines. I feel like he would just keep them in the dome. He'd be like a grouper fish. Shared the new hi emote, otherwise new assets are already shared. Let's go see. Oh! Oh, Void, that's so cute! I love that! Eat the alien spawn! Establish dominance by deep frying their offspring and covering in 13 secret spices. The reason I went with polyps for the baby popples, is because there's a tool in Silksong called a polyp that gives you some of your tools as poison. Oh, tools a poison property. And it sounds cute. Well, that, and I believe the proper name for a baby jellyfish is a polyp. I could be wrong on that. It's been a while since I took marine biology. But I think it's spelled Polyp? Yeah! Okay, hold on, here. Like, we can be educated real quick. So, I guess they're not babies. 'Cause jellyfish have a really weird life cycle. But the polyp phase is, I guess, what one would consider to be their baby stage. Where's Locke when we need him? He's the kind of person who's perfect to have this whole conversation with. I forget what we were going on about last night. We had another one of these philosophical kind of conversations. Poop lips instead of poop lips. Polyps. No. Oh, it's gonna bug me that I can't remember what we were talking about. Oh, no. Okay, so we had found a world. This is one of our spooky adventures. But we had found a VR chat world. In fact, I'll go ahead and link it because it was a very fun world. I'm going to try not to spoil things for you guys if you do choose to investigate it. Let's see. Here we go. Project Tubes. Very cool world. We've only really grazed the surface of it, I believe. But the whole goal of the world is to just explore. And you start out exploring tubes. And you end up in a lot of different places. I'll leave it at that. But one of the places that we happen to have ended up in was some sort of digestive tract. And we were trying to decide whether or not we were considered a parasitic organism or an invasive species. If we infected whatever entity it was that we were crawling inside of the tubes of and doing damage to it, we decided on invasive species because there was nothing that we were gaining from it other than entertainment. When I googled polyps, it showed me intestinal growths, not jellyfish. Yeah, yep. That's also a form of polyp. FragRaptor ever explored Organism and its 2 sequels? I know I've been to it before, but I don't think I've ever really gone on like an in-depth exploration of all of them. I would love to. Part of the issue's kind of just been going in with a dedicated crew, all of which want to explore. Most of the time we have a couple people that want to explore, and then most of them want to go play a game, so we leave before we get to really uncover the secrets. Humans would be attacked by the white blood cells either way. I don't know. This creature, we were larger than the cells, is part of the problem. All right, back to sketching. I'll keep yapping if I don't stop. We'll do like a quick little splash art of Eclipse here. Maybe we can use this on his avatar when it's done too. Or not. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. If nothing else, it'll just be a cute little pic. One thing I've wanted to do that I just don't really let myself get brave enough to do is merch ideas. Like, I would love to turn this into a pin or something. Who knows? But I always chicken out because I don't know how the process works. I've never done pins. Only really done keychains. Ever hear of Flesh Pit National Park? I have not. I'm hoping it's in fiction.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Sorry, I was distracted for a second there because as I had looked at something on VR, I realized that there was something to update on our group, which I don't have the time to get to right now. So I will get to that after stream. Did you see the upcoming game made by Aggro Crab called Crash Out Crew? It is a game where Sonic was too late as you and all of your friends become forklift certified, and from what I've seen, the game is a lot like that one cooking game that I want to say is called Overcooked. I have seen a little bit of it. I didn't look into it myself yet, but I know I saw some kind of gameplay of it in passing at one point. It looks cute. It's an ARG thing where the massive underground creature, or a massive underground creature was discovered and a national park was built within it, and then it coughs and all comes horribly crashing down. Huh. That actually sounds really cool. And also very realistic for some shit that we would do. Oh, we found a mysterious flesh pit? Well, we don't know what to do with it. Let's turn it into an amusement park. I've got the website pulled up and it looks like a lot of stuff to look into, but that's really cool. I'm going to go ahead and share this in chat for you guys to explore. Thank you for sharing that, Inkbleeder. That's like right up my alley. In fact, if Foe is listening, he would be very into this as well. Got pamphlets, ads, all the kind of stuff that makes it seem really legit. Also, the creature has its own internal ecosystem of mutated animals, like weasels that have evolved into blindly hairless, fleshy snakes. Huh. I like weird evolution stuff like that. Cave creatures scare the fuck out of me. I don't know how well it's aged, but one of the movies I was considering for us to watch on our spooky movie marathon days are, Spook had told me the name of it. I believe it was called The Descent. I'm pretty sure it was about these overly hot girls, you know, as all horror movies are, who go cave diving. And they're just like exploring this cave as an activity to do. And they find these creatures down there. And the whole concept of that is such a cool idea to me. Cool and terrifying. My knees are made of bullshit? What? Yuppers, and they run into these things called crawlers, and the darkness and claustrophobia set in real nice. Thought of a movie that might be fun for movie night. The claymation Coraline. Coraline is a fantastic one to do. We could do like a double feature of that one with Paranorman. Because I'm pretty sure I put Paranorman on the list. Let me check. I guess I didn't. Oh, we also have Wendell and Wild. That's one I really wanted to include. I feel like Coraline is one that's obviously going to happen during the movie nights. See, you say that, but we have so many good ones. Would Mirror Mask count as a Halloween movie? I feel like it's surreal enough that it could. I've never actually watched Mirror Mask, but I have read the book. I'll put that one on. Nothing is completely off the table. That movie fucked me over as a kid. Love the layout. The moving pumpkins and ghosts are the icing on the cake. Thank you so much, Lewis. I was trying to go for more of like a house party, like Halloween house party kind of vibe this year. Didn't have a lot of time to prepare, unfortunately. All right, let's not overthink this too much. This is supposed to just be a warm-up after all. Knees are made of bullshit comment is because my right knee in... Oh, because my right knee, the tendon in the back started spiking in pain like it was overstretched. Left knee went for just traditional, oof, ouch, my bones, chronic pain. Is all too real. All right, let's try and throw a cute expression on here. I have to remember which way we got it mirrored. He's one of the few characters that I can't just flip the canvas on, you know? Tried a latte today, did not like it in the slightest, and I wish I went for a hot chocolate instead. That Eclipse body position feels smug. It's a bit smug. I feel like he's kind of doing more of a cute smile, though. Pretty sure I have hypermobility in my joints, but the doc will diagnose me, a chubby person, with anything other than won't diagnose me with anything other than you're fat and should lose weight. Fucking doctors are so bad about that. And it doesn't matter. It does not matter what your weight is. Because, like, I've fluctuated between average size and overweight on and off depending on whatever medications I've been on, because endometriosis is severely affected by hormone influxes. And guess what else is severely influenced by that? Your weight. So I've gone from being chonky to average to underweight to chonky again at rapid paces. And no matter what, they will always say, oh, have you tried losing weight? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even if you have complete, like, borderline underweight, all that shit. It doesn't matter. They're always gonna fucking say that shit. It's so dumb. Oh, wow. We have a positive thought from Void. On a positive note, I'm really fucking pleased with my ability to do celestial space art, and even completed a piece for someone else recently that they were super stoked for. Fuck yeah, Void! That is more than a positive thought. That is a positive and amazing thought. I'm so happy for you. Happy and proud. Every time you guys achieve anything that you're working for, any kind of goals, like a personal goal, or even just something as simple as like, hey, you got out of bed today. If that was a challenge for you today, I'm proud of you. Oh, wow. Welcome to the nest.
A Lurton studio can now hatch from their egg.
I'm having a bit of trouble on his face here. A, just because he's got a wider face, but B, because I'm definitely having a lot of issues with hand-eye coordination right now. Hi, how's it going? Love the avatar. Thank you so much. It's going spectacular here. Just doing some warm-up sketching right now, just some characters I'm more familiar with before we move into trying to come up with a new costume for this year. The part that throws me off the most with Smoon is his nose, because it's flat. It's always facing that direction. Daycare attendant frag, maybe? Maybe. We'll do a bunch of different ideas as sketches over my avatar first, and then we'll decide on something, because I don't want to do something that's going to have like a bunch of like completely redrawn parts. Like, obviously with Freddy, it was very easy to just slap some ears on and call it a day. Hey, Frag, guess what? What's up, Sneak? Sailor Moon Magical Girl Frag. Now that's certainly a thought. Sailor Moss. Tuxedo Moss. You're handsome, you're amazing, you're a bean. Oh, thank you, Snake. Maybe I made his face a little too wide, actually. I don't know, I'm definitely losing it at the face. I liked how everything else was looking, but... Face is fighting me. Have you seen the pilot for Pretty Please I Don't Want to Be a Magical Girl? I have not. Maybe if his eyes were open? Something's really off about that smile, too. I want it to be, like, kind of a sweet smile, like he's just sort of, like... Let me try and do, like, a brief sketch off to the side here, think about it less. We still need room for his smile, and that takes up half the face. Yeah. It's the hardest thing on earth to remember to leave in his nose because it's so easy to redact that. But he's got a big nose. Like, I can't just get rid of the nose. Sometimes I do so much better when I just do a quick loose sketch. I can always tell when I'm overthinking shit, and now is definitely one of those times. Could always have that one kind of closed, like he's doing like a little wink. It's storyboarded, but it's funny. The protag uses her magical girl powers to summon a rusty lead pipe and beat in the knees of her rival. I'm forever overthinking things. Mood. I'm already at the point where I'm going to say goodnight because my mother keeps waking me up early to take my little sister to school, and unlike her, I can't just fall back to sleep once I'm awake. If that is the case, then absolutely, Q. Sounds like you need to do what you gotta do to take care of yourself. So I'm glad we got to see you for a little bit today, and I hope that you have a good long sleep and don't get dragged into any of that with your mom. This is somewhat better than where we were at anyway, but definitely still needs to be cleaned up. He's so cute. I think that if it continues this week, I might end up telling her to buzz off because I can't keep doing it. I think that's perfectly fair. I mean, that's a lot to ask of somebody. The smugness has changed into a cheeky grin. Good. It's kind of just feeling this one to be like I don't know. He knows he's cute. Maybe he's flirting with Freddy. He feels safe enough to flirt with Freddy at this point. That is enough that we can clean it up better now. Music like this makes me bummed I'll never experience Far Cry Blood Dragon. Music like this just makes me feel like I'm in a Spirit Halloween store. Who hasn't had a Spirit Halloween pop up yet? Anyone? Me, because we don't get them over here. It did wind up becoming its own standalone game instead of DLC, but of course it's Ubisoft, so you need to make an account in order to play it. Do you know what Far Cry Blood Dragon is? Not a clue. Oh yeah, Spirit Halloween. I went to the one in a big city where they had those Oogie Boogie plushies that you can pick up and give him a warm hug. I bought it before I went to an arts and crafts store by making him dress up like Santa Claus. Sewing wasn't easy for me, but he's perfect for protecting the presents. That's so cute, Louis! Oh, I love that! I get some good Oogie Boogie love. I feel like he doesn't get much of that. He's kind of got like an Urkel face going on right now. Like a, did I do that? There's something untrustworthy about it. But he's so cute, you can't be mad at him. This is just me when Rosie finds out that I haven't eaten anything in hours. You need to look up the trailer. It's the most 80s shit ever. Also, its soundtrack is made by Power Glove. If anything, just look up the protagonist, Rex Power Cult. It's cheesy one-liner. I've definitely heard the name, but I've never really looked into it or anything. I would now, but I'm afraid that I'm not going to get any real drawing done today if I continue to keep pulling myself away. Because I know me, I don't really want to do this, so I will seek distraction and avoid it. I forget if his chest goes like around these buttons or not. The like chest marking color cut off. I'm just going to merge everything. All right. Good enough, I think. Blasts bad guy with a shotgun. School's out for summer. Shoots another bad guy. School's out forever. Get this? I call Oogie a chonker because of his appearance, size, and cuteness. Sort of reminds me of a fusion between an alien and a bullfrog. He's got good shape language. All right. That was a good picture for us to work on here as just warming things up. I think just because I like it, I might go ahead and quickly ink it. Just because I can. We'll see how fast that takes. I gotta find my inking brush though. guess that's this one. We don't need it to be size 10. All right. I'm going to try inking it, and I'm going to try not overthinking it. Eclipse looks just so darn cute. He's doing his best. Well, and our ads are about to start. Let's see how far I can get through this before the ads are over. I want to get back into being able to do quicker art. Which means letting myself be a little sloppier. Not everything has to be as meticulous as I've been doing it. Opening cutscene narration starts with the line, "It's the year 2007. The apocalypse had had an apocalypse." The whole game is a love letter parody of all 80s action, sci-fi, and horror movies. That sounds really fun. Very much sounds like something I would enjoy. I'm excited to look into it. I need to do more retro 80s things. I feel like I've just kind of not had the time to over the last year here. There we go. Ads have started. Oh my god. Sleepy, you have treated us to so much art. Oh, it all looks so cute. Man, the times changing has been fucking with me quite a bit. Because it's 7 o'clock now and it's pitch black out. Whoa, boy. Whoa. Okay. Sorry, I having a vertigo moment there. That happens every once in a while during endo flares. It's like the one consistent thing between all of them. All right, our ads should be completely over. Music reminds me of Midnight Fight Express. I've yet to play it since I love me a good beat 'em up. I'm trying to keep our Spotify in an active spot where it'll keep updating with all of these songs. Sometimes it works better than others. But if there's a particular song that comes on that you would like to know the name of and it's not showing correctly, then don't hesitate to ask. Love the ears, Frag. Thank you! This is my glam rock Freddy costume from last year. Once we finish up this little doodle of Eclipse from warming up, I will be working on coming up with a new costume. Admittedly, I haven't really decided on anything. Mostly just because I wanted to do something kind of easy. But everything I'm thinking of, it's not easy. But it's good to see you, Kat. I hope that you're feeling better today. I saw that you weren't doing so hot earlier. Or that may have been a post from another day. I kind of forgot to check the timestamp, but I know you weren't feeling the best at some point. And I hope you're feeling better soon. Oh, wow. We're doing better, just needed some time alone. That's good to hear. I've been trying to appreciate the value of alone time more. I really need to get my butt in gear and start doing some of my old hobbies that I've not been doing. I've got a painting that I've been working on for a while now. I've got a couple, honestly. I thought about doing that for today's stream, actually, but then I realized I don't really have an appropriate setup for, like, IRL stuff. Something I've been meaning of setting up, but just haven't really mandated it, I guess. Should add a sound alert to be like, I am a one-man cheeseburger apocalypse next time. What is that from? That sounds familiar. Or pills here. Left 4 Dead has a lot of good sounds. It is from Left 4 Dead too. Okay. That's right, Coach! It's actually been so long since I've, like, touched base on the story of Left 4 Dead. Because those characters get so much good character development and growth just based on their dialogue and interactions. It's rare to ever play through a round and have it go the same as a previous round. This is our problem whenever I do art streams. We start talking about video games, and then I just want to do video games. Same, now sitting here thinking about poking Left 4 Dead 2 for the first time in a long time. Also, hello, Cherry. How's your day been going? Fun fact, the voice actor of Coach, he did other work like The Walking Dead, The Orville, and other shows or movies. That's cool. I may be a touch quiet, locking in on some Bendy fan art. Fuck yeah. I might step away for a minute and go get a soda because I am feeling this headache coming back. This is the first time it's really started to put up any kind of fight all weekend. So naturally, it's when I'm streaming. But I know we've got some Dr. Pepper and some caffeine would help. That, and I swear Rosie's been talking about Dr. Pepper all weekend long. Like, that woman is going to be the reason I have to buy more Dr. Pepper, because she won't stop talking about it. Gotta head out and run some errands, maybe back. This is looking good, by the way. Thank you so much, Inkbleeder. If we don't see you again for the rest of the day, I hope you have a good one. And I hopefully get to catch you for one of our spooky movie marathon nights. Baja Blast is where it's at. You and your Baja Blast. Also, I think I'm doing that thing again where I'm zoomed in way too close and therefore not paying attention to the bigger picture. So with that in mind, let me zoom out a little bit and refocus. Let's get these eyes next. His eyes aren't normally shaped like this, but that's okay. This is kind of like he's using goblin mode, but not in its entirety. Very easily could do a pivotal shift into goblin mode if necessary, though. We're all fine as long as a mini Music Man doesn't crawl out of the vent. If that happens, we're screwed.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Spooky, or Sleepy, because we actually haven't saved this file once. Oops. That's the scariest part about this stream. Playing art on hardcore mode. Eclipse Doodle. Spooky. No spider buddy on Popple? Not yet. Yes, I did just call you Spooky because I was reading what was written below. Or above. You guys catch me on that a lot. There are so many times where like I'll just randomly say a word completely unrelated to what I thought I was saying because my brain, like, I glanced over it and my brain just like turned it immediately into words instead of reading it in my head. Let's get the hat on here before we do... You know what? No, let's get those other fins. I keep calling them fins. They're not fins. They're sun rays. I'm just so used to the Transformers fandom. We always call them head fins. God, he's cute. He has no right to be this cute. Maybe I should pull this one in a little more. Push the perspective a bit. Oh, wow. Posture check. Thank you so much, Fubar. I'm trying to get out of the habit of leaning to the side like I've been doing. You know what? We're just not going to worry about the angle on these fins. I don't think it would show. Been working on my truck and trying to figure out why I don't have blinkers. Oh, I hope you figure it out. If it makes you feel any better, though, most people don't use their blinkers even when they do have them. They should. Drives me crazy that they don't. Something broke in the steering column. The fuses are fine now. The bulbs are fine, so that leaves the column. It's good that you know that stuff. I would like to learn more about cars. I'd like to be able to fix up my own car. This music, for some reason, is reminding me of something very specific but unrelated, but I don't think I should be saying that on stream. I don't know, I was thinking the same thing myself, actually, but I'm not sure what it was reminding me of. I think it was reminding me of an old scary show I used to watch. Kind of like The Twilight Zone, but it wasn't called The Twilight Zone. Was it Tales from the Other Side? Or Tales from the Dark Side? I want to say it was Tales from the Dark Side. I've been taught since I was little by my dad, and just looked into it myself. Even got a book on semi-truck repair. That's very good. Oops. Tales from the Crypt? No, it was not Tales from the Crypt. I love Tales from the Crypt. The fucking Crypt Keeper is so good. I wish we'd bring him back. Petition to put the Crypt Keeper in Fortnite. No, I vaguely remember this show being one that I watched explicitly at my grandmother's house because they kind of had cable, but not really. They had Dish. And it was also like a limited version of Dish, because they lived in the middle of nowhere. So they didn't have signal for most things. But they did get, I want to say it was the Chiller channel? And Tales from the Crypt came on that channel. Maybe it was Shudder? Chiller or Shudder or something like that. But it also had all these other shows similar to Tales from the Crypt that were like Tales from the Dark Side or the Other Side and spooky stories and shit like that. I want an Armada Starscream in Fortnite, low-key. I think I just saw the other day that Armada Starscream's voice actor was announced as a guest for TFCon. I don't like that line. That line looks weird. I don't know, maybe we can offset it, but I don't like it. Maybe I should try and do his eyebrows first. Oh, it's just looking weird here. Maybe I've been looking at it for too long. Loved that version of Starscream the best. At least he isn't the bland Bayverse one. Man, everybody in the Bayverse is so bland. They were like, they're cars that turn into people that shoot each other? Well, we're just gonna make them all turn into guns. How about that? They're all guns. If it's a people, it's a gun. If it's a car, it's a gun. No matter what it is, it's just a gun. Shoot them. don't know why this one spot's tripping me up so bad. It's messing with my brain. They took the goofy robo shows and turned it too serious. Yeah, I don't know. It became more of like... They definitely made it for a different audience, I feel. And I was not a part of that audience. Stop thinking about it. Erase this. Let it be. They were PG-13, so by definition, yes, they were for a different audience than the cartoons. I think I mean that more in the sense of, like, it went from being a fun story about this alien robot race coming to Earth and whatever they ended up getting involved with to war. The super serious war. Like, yeah, we know it's a war. It's been a war. It's been a war for longer than humans can even conceive of time. Can we go fishing with the robot now? But no, I think I just wanted less of the serious tone of, like, the Call of Duty style that they were going for, and more of just, like, the bright colors and funness of the cartoon. More like TF1. Or whatever that last one that came out was. I do think that the Bay movies have their place in the world. But they're definitely not my go-to movies. They lost me as soon as they had Optimus say, "Give me your face." And they unfortunately lost a lot of people when they had Optimus say, "Give me your face." Why? Because originally that line was, "I'll kill you." Which is not something Optimus Prime would ever say. To the point where Peter Cullen's the reason they had to change that line. And he still wasn't happy with what they made it. But he refused to say it because he said straight up, that is not something Optimus would say. They only lost you at the end of the second movie? Well, yeah, because I was willing to give the first one a shot. I did enjoy the first one for what it was when I was seeing it. When did that one come out? I've got baby fan art that I drew when I was baby. I was distracted by my early years of robot fuckery to realize that the movie sucked. All I saw was Pretty Robot. That's why the Bumblebee movie was so much more effective for me than any of the Bay ones. "2007, that's right. Yeah, so I was 11. And it was cool when I was 11. I will give them that. They won over 11-year-old Frag. In the same breath, so did the Watchmen movie. Actually, I might be remembering my dates wrong for that one. That one might have been much later. When did Watchmen come out? That was 2009. So yeah, that wasn't too far off. I like to make fun of you for being a boomer, but this kind of reframed things that I'm not that younger than you. Get old, bitch! So I can call you both boomers. That's the funniest part, because neither of us are actually boomers. Man, I fucked myself over with the angle of these teeth. No one's gotta know. We'll fake it. As long as it looks passing, that's all that matters. We do have to keep the amount of teeth on each side correct, though. I be a zoomer, so anyone with 19 is either boomer or toddler to me. Funny how much those two can overlap, though. I don't know if I should actually draw his pupils in, or... I'll keep them on a separate layer for now. Alright, we'll do his hat real quick. So, some of you may have noticed this already, but I did one of my— Wait! Never mind! It's time for something completely different! He's here! Chi-chi-chi-chi-wappai! Boing boing! Chi-chi-chi-chi-wappai! Boing boing! Hey, come on! Moge, 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 moge! Chi-chi-wo moge! Moge! Thank you so much, Kat! With Parco Fagore's blessing, we can carry on. Oh, this one's kind of a double whammy here. So when I'm doing my line art, I try to pick out the pieces that are above, that are closest to me first. So in this situation, like I wanted to work on the hat, but in order to do that, since it overlaps on his face a little bit, I wanted to make sure I had his face done first. Same with these fins. These fins are a little bit behind it, so kind of just had to do all this together. Now here we've run into the conundrum of his shoulder is in front of the rest of his body and the back portion of the hat, but the hat then wraps around in front of the shoulder. So I'm like mentally like, which one do I start, the hat or the shoulder? I load
Did
into...
you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Rosie. I load into that man telling me more titty bitch, I have arrived. And thank you for the posture check. Thank you, baby. What are you getting into today, Miss Queen?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Oh, wow. And thank you for the hydrate. We'll do the shoulder first. Existing and kissing cute burbs like you. Mwah! Made that line a little bit too thick. This kind of would be a cute sticker or keychain. I wish that stuff wasn't so costly to make these days. That, and I kind of just hate to perpetuate consumerism. Like, I want to be able to sell my art, and I want to sell my art on things, but at the same time, it's like, well, I don't want to have to be doing a bunch of overseas stuff. I keep thinking about the idea of like throwing a Halloween party in VR. But then I kind of psych myself out thinking of like, what would I even do? How would I do that? How do parties in VR work? I think about all the parties that I've been to. It's like, yeah, it's just people. We just hang out, listen to music, and whatever. Why do I think that that would be hard to do? Because I'm not good at hosting things. I always feel so pressured to make sure that like everyone is perfect and having fun and has someone to talk to, and to make sure that I'm not having a conversation with anybody. Because if I'm too busy making sure everyone else is having conversations with everybody, I don't actually have to participate. Help. See, I'm used to being in a paid position for doing things like that, because that was, again, I was working in the events and volunteer department of the library, not doing volunteer work, but I was the one coordinating the volunteers who did volunteer work. So I was very heavily involved with any of our events and hosting shit and all that, making sure that we had people around to do things and having to manage those people. So now anytime that I do get involved with things like that, it's like, oh man, I need to be busy. If I'm not busy, I'm not doing something right. All right, let's see if we can fake it till we make it on this ruffle. Because I'll be honest, I didn't actually draw the ruffle. If you're scared to do it scared. Look at me taking my own advice. Ooh, some carpenter brut. This has been a pretty cool playlist so far. Definitely a little heavier than what I would usually aim for an art stream, but that's okay. Yes, I am reducing the bustiness of Smoon a little bit. I know, it goes against my religion. What are you laughing at? Just Brut. There's been a couple of those in here, though. Which one are we on now? Oh, yeah. No, we've had like 4... I'm gonna say 4 that we've already had by Carpenter Brett. There's a lot of that, and there's a lot of Perturbator. He's French, so that's just not how you would pronounce it? How would you pronounce it? How's the French way of saying that? Would it be bruh? I'm looking up how to pronounce it. Brute. That does sound right. That sounds much better than Brut. Is it not brute? Hard to equal some English phonetics to it. I'll have to wait till I can talk to you later today then. Brain go burr. Sparky, I hope you know your brain is allowed to go burr. Your brain already has to operate like 10 times faster than the average American brain, purely to compensate for the fact that the average American brain does not operate as fast. Now, it goes around the buttons, doesn't it? Hold on, I have to actually look up the mannequin again. Mannequin? Where the hell did that one come from? This is what I mean, y'all. Sometimes words just appear in my vocabulary that I had no intention of saying or doing, or I don't know where they came from. Sometimes I don't even realize that they've happened. Oh, that's not the direction I thought it went at all. Okay. Well, damn. All good, I wouldn't mind. All right. All I got left here is the bell. Normally I do his bells a little different than this, but kind of leaving it open for experimentation with this one. I'm going to change that line a little bit. Perfect. And he needs some stars. That's all. And this is perfect. It's just in time for our next ads. Once those are done, we'll move over and do some Halloween costume brainstorming. I haven't actually dressed up for Halloween in several years now. I do miss it. I used to dress up and go to random parties, anywhere that had advertised a costume contest. But a lot of them aren't based on, like, skill. They're just sort of like, are you something funny? Dress up in my cosplays to hand out candy. It's wicked fun. I used to do that. We would only get a handful of trick-or-treaters, though, unfortunately, so it usually wasn't worth the stress of trying to get into the costume, because my costumes were usually fairly elaborate. Maybe I'll try this year, though. I would still like to finish my Kinger cosplay. Whether that gets done in time for Halloween, I don't know. We'll see about that one. I don't think I'm going to have the time. Man, I just had the realization that Digital Circus is going to be ending after the next few episodes, so we're probably not going to have the same hype for Halloween next year. That kind of makes me sad. Ads should be just about over. Welcome back from ad hell. those of you who are in it. And hello, Zatani. How was your weekend, Zatani? Was well enough. Errands and errands. Enjoy the Texan Raptor video I linked. That was very cute. They're typically a Highland cow, but they do other models too. That is so fitting. Nah, but like, the idea of Cowboy Raptor is such a funny idea to me. I love that. I would love to see Cowboy Raptor expand upon. I want a whole series about Cowboy Raptor. Every Doomsday Raptor date, everyone just turn into raptors. The Raptor Rapture. All right. Well, this turned out adorable. I love this. Let's say we throw some flats on it and move on from there. And that being said, that means I have to pull up our emotes just to get the colors that I used before. I'll put one of you up here. One of you down here. And move you back over here. Not me having to look up the colors again for Eclipse. No, you need to use the selection source. Thank you. But you said you didn't have to use an image. I lied. Just for the sketch part. Coloring's a whole different story. I think these are actually incorrect for Moon's colors anyway. I don't have Sunny's eye color on here, but I do have Moon's stars, so I'll just use that. They're pretty pale. Oops. Might not be pale enough, actually. May not have time to check out this stream, but I've got to head out, do some exercise, and get more ice for the fridge. Thanks for the decked out Halloween decorations that you showed off. Thanks for being here, Lewis. It was really nice to see you today. Good luck with all of your errands that you have to run. We will happily see you again if you're able to join us at some point, but if not, there is no problem. He's just too dang cute for his own good. Alrighty, made ourselves a little eclipse. If nothing else, that is some considered finished artwork that didn't exist earlier today, so works for me. Do a gradient on his fins real quick. Rays. I gotta stop calling them fins. I don't like how that selected things, so we're just going to expand that by 1. It looks like that covered the gap. All right. Get our old air brushy. Oh, that's why I couldn't see the size of the brush. Because it was huge. Oh, wait, duh. I forgot the edges of the sun, or the moon. Whatever part this is going to be. There's our beautiful boy. Does he have a gradient going up this part of the arm? I don't remember. Where's Moon? He does. Okay, we'll put a blue gradient on the arm as well. It feels like it was missing something there. Oh, it's like that bright blue too. Okay. Not that much. Holy shit. That's good. And we can go ahead and crop it. If we want to, we can add some shading to it later. But for now, I'm very happy with that. That was a good little warm-up. All right. Now comes the part that I've been procrastinating on this whole day. Oh boy. Such a pretty animatronic. He's very pretty. All right, let's see. We'd suggested daycare attendant frag. We could try. Part of the problem is my big ass fucking feathers. Now, we're going to get a little cursed with this because this is the layered file, meaning I can become somewhat bald. I just have to find the right folder for it. Where are the head feathers? There they are. Bald. But the rest is attached to the head. So that's whatever we do, if we do some kind of headband or something, it's got to cover that up. Eclipse turned out fantastic. I'd gladly wear him on some merch. Oh, thank you. In fact, here, let me go ahead and crop it down and whatever so that I can share that in our server. I'll reopen him real quick. I hate trying to find places for watermarks because you got to cover it up in some way. If you don't include enough of it covered, people will crop it out. That is not a good combination of colors to have used for that. I have no idea where my signature should go on my current piece. It's the worst part. It really is. Maybe I should just use Sun's colors. And then we can just outline the whole thing, I think, in white. Maybe not white. Maybe a reverse of that gradient? Damn it. No. Clip to the layer. Bitch. There we go. Oh, and we have to resize too. I didn't actually make this one very large to begin with, but I always resize to a little bit smaller regardless because I just don't like posting the full-size resolutions online. All right, let me go post this in the server real quick. Oh my gosh, Kat, that's beautiful! Oh, wow! I have so much admiration for people who know how to do that kind of detail with their line work because, my god, I get so overwhelmed with it. But just the texture in the hair and everything. Oh, that's gorgeous. I'm so sorry I didn't see that sooner. All right, got that up. Now be gone. Just hope I can get it done in time. I hope so too. You will. You know, I won't have to hope. You will. All right, let's close these blinds. I feel like my headache has gone away, but I still kind of want that soda. And I'm still maybe procrastinating a little bit on committing to this. If you're scared of something, do it scared. But I am going to step away for just a minute here to go grab a soda and a snack and prepare for this. So I will see you very soon. All right. I am back. I have had some peanut butter crackers, and I have a Dr. Pepper with strawberries and cream. Celebrating the obscure snackage of Halloween. But now it is time to rip this Band-Aid off and actually come up with a costume. I'm going to leave the head feathers off for now. Because we're just going to play around with like anything that we could do with this. I was kind of thinking of maybe leaning into the jester thing, because we've got two jesters. We've got Pomni and Fizzarali. But I don't know how necessarily I would go about doing a jester hat on this flat head of mine. Have it over the snoot like a muzzle. Fabric moves when you talk. We're also limited to the size of the canvas, as is. Because if I were to change the size of the canvas, the pieces that I make would no longer line up properly. We might be able to get away with like a tiny Pomni hat. Especially if we break it into a couple pieces. You ate the jester. You ate Pomni. How dare. Listen, in my defense, Jax did it first, and his was canon. Lewd. I'd eat Pomni. You and the rest of the entirety of the internet, Sparky. Now, small problem is I don't think we can go over this eye ridge unless the hat stays completely stationary on my head, which I think we did with the Santa hat last year. That means that this part would definitely have to stay attached to the head. I know it's kind of hard to tell because of my usual art style, but I am trying to premeditate where joints would be. Because you sort of need to do that with PNGtuber stuff. Let's make it bigger. You know what I meant. What flavor do you think Pomni is? I don't really like the way that one's sitting. This one might have to just kind of be awkward. Yeah, if we make it go back, I wouldn't have to worry about doing 2 danglies. It does kind of look weird, but... Those red, blue, and white rocket popsicles. I could definitely see that. Either that or just circus peanuts. Alright, I've pulled up a reference of Pomni. That might help. Oh, her hat kind of does just, like, stick out to the sides, though. Hold on. I'm just gonna put her in, like, this negative space here. Okay, maybe I'm gonna make her smaller and then do that. There we go. I like this hat, but I'm gonna try and do another one that sticks out more like hers. Ow, that was my foot. Oh my god, I'm like looking at this thinking, oh wow, this is gonna be huge. It's gonna cover up the entire chat box behind me. And then I remembered, no, it's because I'm bald. My feathers are gone. They already take up all that. I like this so far. This is looking pretty cute. that does it for the hat, I think. We could add like some big balls on the shoulders. I think that would be a fairly easy one to just pop on, as long as I could layer it in between the fluff. Oh, that arm might be a problem though. We'll see. Hold on. I don't think my forearms changed for anything. Hold on. I'm going to flip through all three modes real quick. No, my forearms, or my upper arms don't change for anything. Not me having to check my own fucking references. Pull it a little further out this way. I may have to get rid of these in the end just because they may not be compatible with the rest of the avatar. We'll just have to see on that. Because I don't know what to do about this spot. I'd have to redraw the torso. Although, it would be easier to redraw the torso than anything else. Okay, hold on, let's play with it. If we just give me the jester top. It would just be a line straight down the middle. And a pom-pom. Okay, I'm here for it. The only problem now is the rest of these feathers back here would show. So which ones could I take off? Just the top? Would I really even need to take them off, though? Just these top ones, I think. I think I could get away with that. Because in all reality, I think it's only the top 4 that are connected to the actual head part. The rest are connected to the neck. Let's keep that in mind. I'm not opposed to it. Something's weird about this. Let's see if I can fix it. This is literally just a Santa hat, but there's 2 of them. God, Pomni's hat's weird. The stripe, like... Oh. That perspective's throwing me off now. What? Okay, no. How does that stripe work? Don't overthink it. Dinosaurs need extra long hat wear. We've just got such long noggins. This is actually cute as fuck. I don't even think I'm going to try a second idea. I think I'm just kind of in love with this one. I think we're just going to go straight into it. This is working out a lot better than I was expecting. Should I do like a little collar piece? I know the collar would be lower, but that would be an easy enough thing to slap on right there. Welcome back, Void. Okay, silly thought. Do I want to put, like, her hair? Sorry. I did that, and then immediately my brain was like, ah, yes, the Karen cut. Like, this is Karen Moss. Ah, shit. Ads are about to play. Chicken and tortellini and cream sauce. Oh, that sounds delicious. Clipped head feathers into a Karen cut. God. Yeah, so it's a no on the Karen cut. We could throw, like, a rosy cheek on there. I don't know. This is a bit much, though, so let's see what we can get through first. How much time have we got left? After these ads run, let's see. Oh, we've just hit our 4-hour mark, so we've got 2 hours now. That's just blood. Alright, so if I'm Pomni, I feel like I have to do something for Popple over here, even though Popple's a fan character of Digital Circus. How could we turn Popple into someone else? Can I share the recipe in the show and tell chat if you want? Oh, I can share the recipe. I transcribed it to Tumblr a little over a month ago for purpose of ease of access. Absolutely, Void! No, I know for a fact that Rosie would be all over that. And now that it's soup season, I'm pretty tempted myself, although there's several soups that I've been wanting to make already. Soup's good. I like soup. Alright, let me go ahead and make this even more cursed. I'm going to... You know what? No. We're going to go with this for now. Let's lighten that up. Intensify that a bit. And we're just going to start inking. Need to find out if that's the right sized brush. A little bit bigger, actually. I think we used size 5, maybe? No. 6. I was on 7. The ocean is just soup. That depends on a lot of definitions. I think we've had this conversation before. I don't know if we've had it on stream. But I think that we defined the ocean, reduced it down to cold wet. And that is its own food group, is cold wet. Because there's also hot wet. But hot wet could be anything from... Well, I mean, cold wet could be soup too. I'm gonna go to bed. Take care, and it was nice streaming. It was nice to have you here with us, Sleepy. I hope you have some wonderful dreams. Let's do these quick pieces first. We are gonna have to separate them, but that's okay. We will have the base for the hat. Actually, I'm being way too fine-handed with this. Let's go back up to size 8 brush. Size 7 brush. Bear with me, folks. Am I immediately overthinking this? Yes. Yes, I am. But that's okay. That's what we do. That's art. We gotta put the pain in painting. But yeah, when it comes to doing these PNGtuber things, the hardest part about all of it is truly just trying to remember your layering and how pieces have to be broken apart. Because with these, I'm going to have to be very careful and make sure that all of my edges will line up. Because I want the hat part itself to move. So these are going to be separate pieces. The ball is going to be a separate piece. And the hat itself is going to be a separate piece. I have a little jingle when you talk because of the movement. If I could add noise, I would. Now, sadly, the hat itself is not going to be able to bounce a little bit on its own like my headband currently can. And that's because of that spot on my eye, that eye ridge. I would like the hat to kind of be behind that. So if I can anchor it stationary where that eye ridge is, we can get away with it. Any movement will give that away, though. Recipe has been linked in show and tell. Thank you so much. I'm excited to see. Capers. I've never had capers before. I actually just recently was informed on what they were at all to begin with, because my mom had picked up some of those, what are they called? They're those little blind bag balls that have a resin project inside. It's usually like a small food thing, usually the desserts. But she had found some of those on clearance cheap, and we both like them. So she picked them up and we opened them up, and that was one of them, was a bagel with capers. Make a mini, yeah! I had no idea what that was, so I had to look it up. MGA makes them? I can't say I agree with them advertising resin the way that they do. But as an adult who has the ability to recognize danger and play it safe, I think they're neat as shit. Way too expensive as is, but regardless, I like them. I think they're cool. They're somewhere between citrusy, pickly, and peppery in my experience. The term refers to both berries and flower buds. Okay, hold on. Nope, that completely changes everything about what I was told a caper is. Where? What do you mean it's a plant? Weh! All right, I'm more upset now. All right. Well, I was told that they were fish, so that's already a bit of a some whiplash I'm suffering from now. I don't know why I just thought that they were fish. My mom said that they were like little fishy egg things, and I didn't look it up. I just was told that. Well, that changes a lot of things now. Maybe it's because capers are popular on fish? Looks like they're popular on salmon, which is what the bagel was. It was a salmon and caper bagel. Is that why my mom thought it was fish? I can see mixing them with caviar. Okay, so maybe just because it's a complimentary thing to fish is why she only knew about it involved with fish. That's really funny. I like didn't even question it at all either. I saw that they were these little greenish kind of balls in a pickle jar, and I was like, "Oh, that's fish? Certainly, yes, okay, I understand. Let's move on." And I did not question it. I did just accepted. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh, wow. Hey, Pyro. Love the Freddy ears, nice touch. Thank you. This was last year's Halloween costume. I was Glamrock Freddy. And this year, we are working on making me Pomni. And I keep chit-chatting. I need to keep working. But I can do both. I'm skilled like that. We learn something new every day. Is actually that feature you have. I just got a crazy idea for my Spino. Oh? You know, it's funny. I was trying to search for ideas for costumes before we went live today. And I was having a very hard time seeing where anyone else was doing any kind of costumes for their VTubers. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's costly to do, especially if you're not the one making your own avatar or whatever. But I was just kind of surprised. I thought there would be more. I thought that was like a more common thing. If I may, please do. All right, that's good for that part of the hat. We'll do the rest of this area with the colors. So we're going to name that hat lines. We're going to save this as a copy. I should maybe Halloweenify my PNGtuber. Don't stress about it, though. I do want to say that. Don't stress. Don't feel like it's something you have to do. Do it for fun if you're going to do it. White Toe put on a derpy demon tiger mask. Aw, that's cool. Bertaki's dressed as Valheim? What is Valheim? I feel like I've seen that before. Oh, I must have seen them playing it before because it's a game that I am not familiar with. Duh, they're playing it right now. Since Spinosaurus seems to have crocodile characteristics, I thought of a skin pattern toggle that I could go as Montgomery Gator. Oh, that'd be so cool! That'd be really fun. It's actually something that people do a lot in Creatures of Scenaria, which is a Roblox game, the only Roblox game that I play. But this Friday, their Halloween event is dropping. And I've already been seeing people deck out their creatures to look like characters like that. There's basically a gator. It's like a gigantic gator called a Sarcosuchus, I think. We just call it a Sarco. But I've already seen one as Monty, one as a Ninja Turtle, and one as Bowser. And the event hasn't even started yet. Sarcosuchus. Yeah. Oh no, that's the actual dinosaur, isn't it? Technically, it's not a dinosaur. So the reason I asked for clarification is because Creatures of Scenaria is all fictional creatures. So that is what it was based on. Actually, here's the concept art for it that was the first result on my Google. So it was Sarcosirius. Cyrus? Sarcosirus? Something like that. But still fairly new. One of my more favorite creatures to see. And here is someone's example of one painted to look like Bowser. Oh my god, I just saw another one that somebody made to be gummy goo. Oh, I love what people are able to come up with this stuff. Might not tonight, though. RSD is a bitch and Void got hit with it bad. Aw, I'm so sorry to hear that, Void. Well, you are always excited. We are always excited to see you here. So there is absolutely no rejection to be sensitive to when you are hanging out with us. And that goes for all of y'all. My current skin being light blue and dark blue spots. I can change that to light green with dark green spots, and the parts where it fades to yellow on my model being the hands and feet, I can change those to a purple look. I keep my yellow underbelly. Only thing to consider is the purple shoulder pads and the star-shaped glasses. You got this, Pyro. I'm sure you can figure out something. That's awesome. Not your fault, not the other person's fault, just my brain is fucking dumb some nights and reacts poorly to things. That is perfectly valid, Void. I think we all kind of definitely experience something similar to that at some point in our lives. It's hard to fight. Especially when it's very common for us to actually get rejected by people and to have that kind of fear reconditioned and be made even more scary. I hope that that whole thought process and the way your brain's treating you right now will back off soon, because you certainly don't deserve to have to feel that way. I don't know how I feel about that spot. I don't particularly love the way that's looking. What if we pinch it more in the back? See, before Pomni, my original thought was I should do something Poppy Playtime related, but the only thing I could think of that would work would be Poppy, and I really did not want to cosplay Poppy. I was staring at this before, like, how in God's name can I figure out how to make a catnap, a dog day, or even a Huggy out of this? I'll settle for a Huggy. Hell, I'll settle for Boxy Boo. Don't make me be Poppy. Could be Simon Smoke. That's the hard part, though. Trying to get any of their features to sit on this raptor and not just look like completely random things. Or Alistair Gator, they're part of the Nightmare Critters. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could have just put a charm around my neck. That would have made it a lot more clear. All right. Collar lines. Do our shoulders real quick. They shouldn't take too long. So real. I mean, you know I didn't consider doing a Poppy Playtime costume without immediately considering trying to do a Dr. Sawyer costume first, but the only thing I could really think of to get that to work was by putting a sheet, like a ripped up sheet, half over my head. Because otherwise all I'm doing is replacing my head with a box. And that kind of ruled out a lot of characters. Did I shoot myself in the foot a little bit with the sleeve? Uh-oh. I did. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to break this up into multiple pieces. Unfortunately. So each sleeve did just become 2 pieces. Okay. So that's our front sleeve 1. And then we're going to copy it. Front sleeve 2. And we're going to erase everything on the ball. And then for this one, we're going to now erase everything that we left behind on the other one. So we're still going to need to color in this part. But this way it will create like a seamless line. All right. Someone asked me what is the best quality a person can have. I answered 1080p. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on whatever you need whatever for. All right, let's do this other arm back here. This will be our back sleeve. That was a pun? I might be too stupid to realize that. What part was the pun? I'm asking genuinely, not because it's a bad pun, but because I just don't understand. (1080p) is considered high quality for art things? Question mark? Best quality a person can have. Normally it would be like a characteristic, like a good sense of humor, how caring they are, etc. I don't like that curve. Quality I'm referring to for the pun is the quality of the image, or in this case, with you, the stream. I see. Sorry, I had to mute then for a cough. I'm trying not to cough so much into the mic. I know that seasonal stuff has been making that kind of hard to avoid. We're going to make up the back of this because I don't think we'll see it, but I don't want it to end up showing through somehow. I'm not going to worry about this too much because this part is never going to be seen. But I do want it to still exist just because it's there. It needs to line up somewhere. I like your Halloween setup. Thank you so much, Autobot Medkit. It's actually what we're working on now is my Halloween costume. I'm going as Pomni, apparently. Roughed out the concept for PNGtuber's Halloween version. I will fight with it later. You will fight and you will win! Alright, this one's a little wonky, but that's okay. And again, we're going to copy it. Make a duplicate. B sleeve 2. Name the first one B sleeve 1. On B sleeve 2, we're going to erase the whole ball because we don't need that. And we don't need this either. And we don't need this. All right, and then back to sleeve 1, we're going to erase this part. We will still color in the front, but we're just going to keep that erased so that we can have that on our back part of behind the arm. Oh, wow! Thank you for the cheer!
Autobot underscore
Well,
3DK1T just cheered 1,000
you have been
bits.
rewarded the very hottest gumball. That was what we decided would be the 1,000 bits reward. Hey, Soulstone! Hope you're having a great stream and evening. Saw that you were live and came to lurk and support you. Thank you so much! Pomni, her voice actress is Lizzie Freeman, who is also the anime English voice of Chizuru Mizuhara, Rent-A-Girlfriend, Senpai from Magical Senpai, and Chisato, Lycoris Recoil, and more. I had no idea she had done anime. I think the other Therizinosaurus is stuck on the ghost. Uh-oh. Oh no! You're right, we do seem a bit stuck. Hello, let's get you down here, Siribot. My absolute pleasure to be here when I can. And it is our pleasure to have you. If you guys haven't checked out Soulstone yet, you really, really need to. Soulstone also does streaming. He is considered the robot dad of Twitch, as far as I am aware. That is the dedicated title that I will always know him as, that's for sure. Stuck, who are you to decide what the dino wants? That's true. Go extinct for all I care. Just wanted to drop in and say hi. Have a pleasant evening. Thank you so much. It's so good to see you, Autobot. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your evening. All right, let's get these fadoodly bops done. And then we can turn off the rest of my avatar and just see the torso to recreate it for the body. And that's going to be very cursed. I just realized this song has both violin and xylophone in it, and that was very smart. That's a really cool combination in a song like this. All right, back hat 1. Lines. I was playing more Security Breach and I got Chica's voice box. I ended up soft-locking myself or Freddy from going anywhere else. Couldn't get into Montygoth without the second party pass, and I couldn't get into Roxy Raceway because I don't have Monty's hands or enough battery to get Freddy over to that area. Ended up having to delete that save file. Oh no! Such is the experience of playing Security Breach, unfortunately. But don't worry. Rest assured, as many times as you end up soft-locking yourself, there is always a method to get out of it or to get back to where you were by breaking the game further. All right, this is our front hat lines.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for that. It has been a hot minute since we've done that.
This is art.
Oh, wow.
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art. All right, we need a little bauble for the end of each of them.
I don't know if I want to go with a fully round one. I'll just kind of copy this and then relocate it. Just in case it's not obvious, I'm very anti-circle. Wait. Hi, Katie. But yeah, I've rarely ever will draw just a straight up circle. I've always got to add some kind of lumpies to it. Front, hat, ball, lines. Back, hat, ball, lines. All right, we're making quick work of this. In fact, we've only got about 18 minutes here before our next ad break, which leaves us another hour of our stream. So if we happen to finish up these pieces early, we might go ahead and just put the costume on. You guys can be here for the process of rigging. I haven't done anything in PNGtuber for a while, so I'm going to have to look up a tutorial again about how to navigate the program. But that being said, let's get down to the nitty-gritty with Cursed Moss. I'm going to turn off everything that we've made so far. And we're going to go through and turn off all the layers on the avatar itself. Don't ask me to turn them all back on, because I have no idea what goes where. All right. That's what we wanted, though, was just the bare bones chest. So that we know exactly what we're going to try and recreate with this torso. And it shouldn't be that difficult. So, chest lines. And what I'm going to do here is just copy over. Make sure that everything's covering whatever we have here already. Looks like our line work goes all the way up to about here. I don't know exactly where these pom-poms are going to be. I'm going to put them on their own layer too, I think, just so they can have some squeesh. But for the most part, I don't think we'll see them. Nice and simple. All right, and now we just need pom-pom 1. And we'll go ahead and do pom-pom 2, although I might change the location of it. I don't know, let me draw it first. Then we can move it around as we see fit. See, this is the problem with not having boobs and not wanting to have boobs, is that I still would like to have round things that squish, but that are not boobs. And this is the perfect opportunity. What if we put this one, like, maybe there? Squeaky toys. No, that's like one of my favorite things about not being someone who wants to have boobs, but having friends who very much want to have boobs, is that when we play in VR chat, I always have fun little toys that I get to play with. All right, now let's start throwing some flats down. What would be a good color? Let me pull up the emotes for Pomni, where I've already stolen flats for her. I'm going to keep her down there in the corner, just because she is a paid asset. I don't necessarily want her, like, big up on display. In fact, do I still have our watermark up here? I do. So just going to keep this on temporarily. I forgot about the eyebrow ridge here. That one's going to be a little trickier. I'm going to have to turn the face back on. I want to get at least one color, or one of each color dump bucketed on here, though. Oop. There we go. All right, we shouldn't need this anymore, but if we do, it is there. Turn the watermark off. And let's just continue with the ones that we're on right now. So we know for the hat we're going to need All right, let's do the sleeves. Where? I don't know what I did then. All right, new layer. Front sleeve first. What have we got right now? Red? All right. All right. Let's turn the hat off completely. And we're going to fill in our little jingle jams. And this one we're going to have to do fairly manually. No. I'm thinking I'm going to extend this, actually, because I think I want this to wiggle more. And if we set this to a pivotal point up here, so that this is where it pivots, then we can make it bounce outward however far we want. So we're going to make this a little bit longer. The fuck? Oh, eraser, that's why. So guess who's going as a steampunk plague doctor this year? Yay! That's cool, foe! That's very fun. Looks like this one we did pretty far in. We won't need to do as much touch up on it. Whoop. Our ads are about to play in 1 minute, which means we have only about an hour left of our stream. That should be good enough. All right. That leaves the yellow on our hat, the yellow on our sleeves, and our body. Let's go ahead and do the body. That will be a quick one. Man, I am a sucker for harpsichord. One of the best instruments ever made. The hell? That was weird. Sorry, I think my buttons were sticking on my tablet. Why is that happening? That should not be happening. What does it count as closed, not closed off here? Weird. The heat, though. Oof, this isn't going to be good. Man, I forgot about the heat. I wonder if it's going to be hot on Halloween this year. It's so hard to tell because seems like it's alternating so much right now. All right, let's turn the chest off now. And worry about getting these. We do need to steal that yellow, though. Oops, that was all on the wrong layer. So when it comes to doing sleeves like this, you have to create a false layer so that you can have the back of the sleeve still showing. Or the inside of the sleeve, I mean. And that shouldn't be a problem as long as the two never separate. Got borderline chilly here as of today. We had a storm come through. I think that'll affect it. I hope so. I feel like it's been a little bit since we had a good storm here. In Minnesota, we had a large blizzard in 1991 on Halloween. I feel like I vaguely remember hearing about that. No. I'm thinking of something different. That's a weird thing to say. No, when I was a kid, we didn't always live in the state I'm in now. I was all over the place as a kid. And I didn't know that because I've been in Maryland my whole life, as far as I was aware. But like prior to having conscious memory, I guess, we moved around a lot. And one of the things I remember Mom telling me is that there was some kind of blizzard that we had in one of the 90s years that I was alive. I want to say it was probably 91. Oh, wow.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Welcome back, Snake. Thank you, baby. Big stretch.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you so much for the love bomb, Snake. Yeah, I want to say that that big blizzard that came through that I'm remembering is that and not what you're talking about. I don't think I ever have been to Minnesota. Oh dear. Well, never mind. I have to redo that part. Apparently I put that on the sketch layer. Oops. That's okay. I think everything else is done though. Please don't take this from me. I do this a lot. I have no reason to take anything away from you, Snake. Posted about it in Show and Tell. The Halloween Blizzard of 1999. Or 1991, sorry. Oh, wow. That's cool that they included pictures. I'm saying that towards Pyro. Ah. No, I don't mind if y'all spam the redeems and stuff. If it becomes like too disruptive, I have threatened before to turn them off, but I've never really had to. I mean, they're there for fun. We like fun. Don't make me turn this car around. Gotta spend your channel points on something, at least until I get the other things set up. Eventually, we'll be able to do gambling. I don't encourage that. You should not gamble on me. I'm not good at most things. But no, I would like to do things like being able to do bets when I'm doing game nights to see whether or not I am able to do a boisterous claim. Or to bet how long it may take for me to accomplish simplistic goals for others that become monumental tasks for me because I simply cannot allow myself to do something the easy way. Okay. So I had accidentally merged the lines for the chest with our sketch layer, and that was why that was a problem before. So we're just going to delete that one now. So we should have everything now, except we want to bring the head of the avatar back so that we can finish doing the yellow on the hat. Problem is, I have to find the head. Don't ask me where my eyes went. I have no clue. All right, now I purposely did a shit job on that because we need to remove, or at least lessen the intensity of our filter here so that I can see exactly what we need and what we don't. In fact, what I think we're going to do is cheat. Since I know this is going to stay nestled directly upon the noggin, I'm going to steal the lines from the head. If I can find it again. Here we are. Give me this part of you. And plop that down right there. Hell yeah. I fucking love cheating. Maybe. There we go. part of me feels like it's very plain. Like maybe I should have some kind of gradients, but that's going to be so hard to realign. So I don't think so. But that does mean that it's time for us to save these individual pieces, because we are done. And with that in mind, we need to turn off everything. We're going to save it as is first, but then we're going to turn off all the other layers. Literally everything. Wee. All right, remove Pomni. You're going to remove our black and white thing. And now we want to start separating all this stuff as its own individual flat PNGs. One by one. So we will start by saving this one. I'm going to go ahead and make a new folder. For Pomni costume. We're going to name this one Chest. Turn that off. Going to name this one Pom Pom 2. Because that's our bottom pom pom. And I forgot to save that first one as a PNG. I just left it as a sci file, so let me redo that. All right. Pom pom number 1. This would be the back of our sleeve. And sure. So that's B, sleeve 2. And this one will be B sleeve 1. B for back. That means it is the arm that is further back from the camera. It's not like there's no way that you have to label these things in PNGtuber Plus. It's just my personal way of labeling them so that I don't get confused, because boy howdy will I get confused. Front sleeve 1. Front sleeve 2. Collar. B hat line. Oh, just B hat. B hat ball. Front hat. Front hat ball. And lastly, hat. All right. That should be all of our pieces. I'm going to save this as a sci file now as Pomni costume, just so we have that with all the layers together if we need to go back and edit something. And without further ado, I think that means that we are going to move over into PNGtuber Plus, which means, I guess we're going to need a whole different screen. Where can we do this? This is going to be weird because I won't actually have an avatar while I work on this. Actually, that's not true. I can use my Fuji tech. So let's move over to the Singular Games window. Let me activate my Fuji tech first. And we'll go to our Singular Games. And this is going to get a little weird because I have to move me into our work area. We're actually going to... Now, here's the fun thing. So Discord's really enjoyed crashing lately when it comes to me moving layers and sources. So there's a very real chance that I might just disappear without warning, and if that happens, so be it. We'll get back to things where we left off. Let me get my Fujitech version of me. There I am. I'm so tiny and cute. Oh, wow. Just plop myself down here. And we can actually open up the full window of PNGtuber Plus, which this is going to be so weird for me. So instead of me doing that, actually, let me turn off my usual PNGtuber here. And we are gonna... Oh god, the dinosaurs are everywhere. While we're working on this, you guys are gonna lose ladder privileges. Weh! Cherry! Hi. Sorry, didn't mean to call you out like that. You just spawned while I was trying to remove the ladders. But yeah, we're about to do some work in PNGtuber Plus. So I am setting up a new work layout so that we can actually see how that works. I don't think I've ever shown you guys how PNGtuber works as a program. How do I usually capture that? That is a game capture. We are not going to allow transparency this time. Huzzah. All right, so this is the full screened version. It is currently all black. Let me get us moved down to behind this window. There we are. And we are going to go into edit mode. And I think I'm going to save... I'm going to load our regular version, which I'm going to have to find first because I don't actually know which one's the regular me. I believe it's this one. Yep, that's got all three. And then the amalgamate arms. Okay. So everything on this one is already rigged. We're going to go ahead and save a new version of it. So this is going to be Pomnimos. And we're going to add a new sprite. And I forget from this point forward how I get to where I add new sprites. There's a button I'm supposed to press, and I'm going to have to look it up. Told y'all I was going to need a tutorial again to refresh myself on how this works. But that gives me an opportunity to share a tutorial with you guys so that you can learn how it works. Ah, okay. So that is the first problem. I need to hit escape so that I can access our files. Which program do you use? For what? My avatar? For drawing? For... For your avatar. I currently use PNGtuber Plus, which is available on Steam. I can't say I highly recommend it anymore because in the time that I have been here streaming, I've been told that PNGtuber Plus has kind of become abandonware. The creator no longer intends on updating it, and that is purely because there are other programs out there now that have been in development that have kind of advanced upon what is, like, this program's base stuff. One that I would like to try out next myself is VRYtuber, which I always spell wrong. VRYtuber. And that I will include a link to. PNGtuber Remix? Ah, okay, yeah. I will link that as well. I think... Is it PNG Remix or PNGtuber Remix? I believe that's this one here. Both of those seem to do relatively the same thing. I wouldn't say one is better or worse than the other because I don't know enough about either one to say so, but both are designed to do the same purposes. I've been meaning to play around with both of them myself, but just have not had the time to. So for now, we're going to just stick with what we know. LinkedIn Show and Tell. Is it the same link that I just sent? I use VideoTuber Mini, and I know Patchwork Goblin uses Honk. I'm just not familiar with everything yet. Yeah, so we're kind of in that experimental time frame where there's going to be a lot of programs that do the same kind of thing. And each one's going to be a little different. So I highly encourage trying out different ones and figuring out which one works best for you. And being very open in the discussion of what doesn't work for you, because this is something that, like, because it's this new growing everything, it's good for us to have open discussion about it and feedback and to be able to grow the tech. All right, give me 1 second. I have to import my sprites that we just made. So I'm going to copy my Pomni costume folder into this folder. We should be able to access it now. Found Monty's star-shaped sunglasses, resized the image, and made it into a PNG after uploading a to VTube Studio and putting them on my dinosaur. I look good! Fuck yeah! That's so cool! I didn't know you could do that. PNGtube itself is open source, and the person made the PNGtuber Plus and another made PNGtuber Remix, and that is free, and donate what you want. I see. All right, let's add a new sprite. We're going to go into the folder, we're going to go into the next folder, and we're going to start adding these one by one. Actually, I think we can just... Can we hold down? No, we can't do them all at once. All right. No problem. We'll just go one at a time. All right, now with luck, we should be able to layer these no differently than how our body parts already are. And one thing I might go ahead and do, just to save on time here, is replace the chest sprite as is. Let's do that. I've never really done that. Huzzah! So now I can delete the other one that we imported. We don't need that anymore. So before we start attaching these pieces, we need to have them layered and positioned correctly. So what I'm going to do is go through, hold on, what was the control for layering? Q and E, okay. Just need my model artist to do the skin change and do something with the purple shoulder pads. I will be in business. I'm going to look so great as Monty. I'm so excited to see you. Check the Share Your Art channel in Discord. Have you given us a preview? Oh, hell yeah! Look at that! That is awesome! Oh, that's so cool, Pyro. That's gonna look amazing with the color shift, too. Well, hello, Boko. My ginger kitty has joined us. All right, let's figure out what layer my head is on so that we know where to put the hat. The hat's going to probably be the furthest forward. So head is on layer 7. Go back to our hat. Oh, I forgot our feathers. Okay. You want to come up and sit on my lap, buddy?
We got a boomer!
Ah, wah. Let me back up some so that you have space to do so. He's still not good at this whole laying down on the lap thing. One day he'll figure it out. Come on, buddy, can you lay down? No, no walking on the desk. Yeah, I'm sorry. Life's tough for a kitty, huh? Lay down, buddy. Oh my god. My kingdom for a cat who knows how to just lay down. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm moving all of these hat pieces. The hat itself is on layer 17. So I'm putting these guys on layer 16 behind it. And the ball on layer 15 behind that. Actually, no. I'm going to put the ball on 17 as well. Because I feel like it should be in front. Alright, now we need our sleeves to be in front of the shoulders, but behind the chest fluff. So to do that, we need to find the arm. So our back arm is on layer 0. Our front arm is on layer 4. Easy enough. So our front sleeve. Uh-oh. Not easy enough. What layer is our fluff on? Is this going to cause an avalanche? It might very well. The fluff is also on layer 4. Oh no. This is not good. What can we do here? What can we do? Mew! Hello, it's Pomnifrag! I'm making my Halloween costume. How have you been, Mew? Fragny. So I might have hecked up a little. Maybe we can take the arms back a layer. How bad would that be? How catastrophic would that make things? Or you know what? Maybe it's okay that that one's in front of the chest fluff. Maybe I will just take that sacrifice for my own sanity. In fact, I think that's what we're gonna do. Is the hat dangles gonna jingle? It will jiggle! Or at least that's the goal. Okay, and let's get our pom-poms in here as well. They're gonna go on the top layer, I believe. Oh, wait, no, we gotta be careful because they gotta go behind the controllers and whatnot. So that's layer 3. Hopefully that'll be good. The tablet's on layer 19. What's the controller on? Layer 8. So we're only on 3. We're doing pretty good. Let's go into see what that looks like normally. I'm going to change our background actually temporarily. So it's because for me it's see-through, but for you guys it's black. Let's change it to white. Actually, let's change it to gray. We don't need that flashbang. All right, so now we want to... Oh, wait, the collar! I forgot about the collar. Hold on. Okay. Looks like everything will work out pretty okay. So now we need to worry about doing the anchor points. And if you look... So every single one of these pieces has a dotted line around it, but it also has an origin point. That's where this little plus sign is here. You can't really see it too well. But we want to change that origin point. We want that to be its anchor, and we want to show that that's where everything's going to pivot from. And only after we have those locked in place are we going to start actually linking it to the rest of the avatar. But for now, we're going to save it. Yep, save over Pomni Moss. Yes, we want to overwrite it. There we go. Now, everything isn't going to stay anchored in place in a good way the first time around. But I'm pretty sure if we just reload the avatar once we have everything set up, it should be okay. It should naturally realign everything, which is why I'm not super worried about the hat right now. Now, I believe I have to hold down O. Hold O and use WASD to move the origin. Okay. So we're going to start with our hat. And we're going to have that be anchored roughly here, I guess. And we're also going to bump that rotation limit down to zilch. We do not want this hat moving anywhere. All right, next is this anchor point. And we want that one to pivot right up top. Again, we're doing this kind of like paper dolls. We really, really don't want this spot to relocate itself at all. But the bottom side can. And the reason why this matters, this little window on this side, this is the rotation limit, which will show how far that piece can rotate. We will mess with those after a bit when we're ready to. But that's going to be all of our animation and whatnot. Again, we really don't want that piece to come off at all. Next is our ball. We want that to pivot right at the edge of the hat. So we'll just plop that right there. And our other hat ball. Let's do our sleeve. It's going to anchor. I'm not going to do any movement on our sleeve either. I'm just going to have it anchored to the shoulder. So hopefully it will mimic whatever movement the shoulder itself does as well. Collar, I don't think we're going to do any movement to either, especially given the area that it's in. We will just try to anchor it onto the... Oh, I don't know which piece we're going to anchor it to. That one might be tricky. Our pom-pom is going to go right in the center of the pom-pom. Okay. Now I believe we are ready to anchor them, or to link them to the other parts of the avatar. Do a quick savey-wavy again. All right, now let's start linking. Let's link together every part of the hat first. So this hat ball, you are going to get linked to that. And you are going to get linked to the hat. And you get linked to this part of the hat. And vice versa. Now we'll take our whole hat, and we are going to link that to the top of my head. Wherever that may be. There it is. Now, see, it's a little misaligned here, but we can always go back and fix that. You know, that being said, I want to know what piece am I going to connect the collar to? Let's go with the neck. I think that's the smartest option. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and connect the sleeves to themselves. Ooh, I did that backwards. There we go. We're going to attach you to the upper arm. That's the back arm. We want the front arm. Why you arm? Not sure why I called that you arm. We'll put you on the back arm. And we just need our pom-poms. You get connected to our chest. And so do you. All right. All of our pieces are attached now. So I'm going to save once again. And I'm actually going to reopen it now. So give me just one moment to do that. Okay. Now, I don't know why it opened as big as it did. Oh, it opened full screen. Crap! I just fucked up a lot of things. That's all right. So fun fact, PNGtuber Plus will save the window size that you are working in, which means your OBS layout will always be a little bit different. Be mindful of that. But as you can see already, we have a little bit of movement going on where everything is attached to where it should be. And we're going to go in now and we're going to start messing around with the animations themselves. So we'll start with the pom-poms on the chest, because they're going to have the exact same movement. Heard something about remix? I don't know what you heard. I don't know what I was even saying. I was going to turn these feathers off in the back, but I don't know. I think I'll just leave them on for now. They don't seem to be harming anything. They look a little funny. Actually, it might be easy enough. Hold on. Yeah, okay, we're just going to turn them off. So, off. 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 We're going to do that for all 3 of our costumes. I'll leave the first one on, since it's not visible. But that means that now in every one of my costumes, those feathers are off. So let's give this pom-pom some squish. And I don't remember exactly what each of these do, but these are our animation tools. These 2 down here, the X and Y frequency and amplitude, all that does is tell you I'm going to move side to side by this percentage. And it's based off of the X and Y frequency. So Y goes up and down, X goes side to side. That's how I've created the illusion of me breathing. Because that's all it is. Just very, very idle movements. For this one, though, we want to do the squash. Squash is going to go either on the X or the Y axis, and we got to remember which one goes where. So to test, this is I think that's the right one. Weh. Weh. There we go. Honestly, I like that a lot already as is, so we might just do a squash of 12 for both. Weh. Weh. Something about remix saving window size. Oh, I'm sorry. No, this is PNGtuber Plus that will save your window size. So because I saved it full screen, my application will now open in full screen, not the resolution I had it at before for my other windows. So I have to realign it manually and then save again. Got a problem? While these sunglasses do work, I forgot that I had the purple background for my model, so when I chroma key in OBS, the sunglasses are also purple! I need to find an alternate background color in VTube Studio. Oh no. You've got this, Pyro. I know you can figure it out. Okay. I like that level of squish for the top one, but it kind of feels weird with the bottom one. Let's take it down to half. Weh, 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 weh. I don't know. It needs more now. Weh, weh. Awa. Awa. Good enough. Yeah, that's the fun part about PNGtuber, or any kind of avatar testing. You get a lot of vocal stims trying to make sure stuff works. It was funny because back when I was originally making this, I would sit in a voice call with my friends and just kind of be working on it, but I'd have to keep myself muted because I'd just be sitting here going, weh, 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 trying to make sure everything worked. All right, we want this one to only really bend out. And not too much. No, I don't remember anything about the drag and whatnot. What? No. Weh? Oh dear, okay. That's doing something. Weh. That goes pretty dang far. I don't think I like that, actually. I should probably look at my other pieces to compare to and see what I did where. Just the drag? I forget which direction does what. So this one kind of looks like it's just sort of throwing it. What if we go negative 20? What does negative 20 do? Weh. What's my hand using? Oh, we got our ads coming up, which means... Are those our final ads of the night? They are! We've reached our 6-hour mark. And that's honestly for the best, because I'm probably going to sit and putz with this for quite a while. And as fun as that would be for you guys, I think it would be more fun to have a bigger reveal tomorrow. So we'll continue to mess around with this until the ads are done, but let me go ahead and take a look at who's live right now and who we can say hello to. Got a lot of people doing art today. Didn't take long. A type of brown. I hope that works out. It's always hard picking a good chroma key because you always think this is the one, this is good, I'll never have anything that is this color, and then the most, like, unlikely thing ends up being the problem. All right, I think we'll probably go take a look and see what Trashbat is up to. Either that, or we can take a look on the Browse tab and see if we find anybody new. Maybe somebody could be doing some digital circus artwork. Let's see. But otherwise, I am going to probably go with Trashbat, since I do want to keep us within the realm of art. There's a lot of people playing a lot of fun games tonight. Yep, taking a cursory look here, I unfortunately do not see anyone who is working on any kind of digital circus art to throw that direction. A lot of beautiful art, though. And weird art. And boobs, surprisingly, even though that's definitely not allowed on Twitch. But that's alright. That's their problem, not ours.
If you become lightheaded from
Ah.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Kirk. Hope you're doing good today. Oh wow, we got a big stretch and a posture check. I'm doing good on the posture check. We've been trying to keep up with that one quite a bit today. But thank you very much, and here's our big stretch. Wow. Oh, I gotta be careful, actually. I almost fucked up my shoulder with that one. But let's not linger much longer here. I'm gonna throw you guys off to say hello to Trashbat. Looks like they are working on another clown. And our ads are just about done here. There we are. Got just about everything pulled up here. So let's migrate over to our just chatting window to call it a night here. Oh, wait, hold on. Shit. Fuck. Hold on. I'm not here. I forgot I wasn't here. Wait. Oh, no. Hold on. I hacked up. I hacked up so bad. Everything's gray. I'm huge. Give me a sec. I'll scooch my way back over there. Hold on. Eh. Eh. There we are. Close enough. I think I'm a little further inwards than usual. Maybe I'm smaller. I can't even tell. I think I'm smaller. No? Wait. Good enough. I'm so red now. I'm not used to this. Alright. Let's get our raid up and going. And for those of you who are still hanging out here with us, come back again tomorrow. We will have the full version of this avatar and my one singular bouncing jester coil, whatever we want to call that, my fadoodle up there. We'll have everything animated and up and running by the time that we go live tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be our first day of spooky games for October. I'm really looking forward to this. I haven't even decided on what we're going to do yet, but we've got a lot to pick from. So look forward to that. It's going to be spooky. It's going to be scary. It's going to be fun. And on our 3D Thursday, we will probably... I honestly don't know what we're going to be doing for that. Because Smoon is finally in his Unity stages. So I don't think that's going to be a lot of fun for you guys to sit and watch me do. I think I would do a lot better to do more sculpture work or something. Maybe we'll work on Freddy. Maybe we'll start something new. Maybe we'll pick up something old. Who knows? We'll figure it out as we get there. But in the meantime, here is our raid message. Feel free to copy and paste that when you arrive. You don't have to. But we're going to go say hi to Trash Batchar. They are non-binary, they, them. They're working on some art right now. Oh, shit! Movies! Friday! Anyone who wants to join, come join. Join the Discord. You can find information in the About section. But for now, I love you all very much. Goodbye!